Good morning. Welcome, folks. Glad that you are able to join. I don't like it set up like this, but whatever, man. They like it set up like this. Should I do it? Nope, I shouldn't, because that looks horrible. Um, yeah, so we're gonna get to the impeachment yet, y'all. I'm not there yet though. Hold off on the questions until we get going. Like we've been live, but like 3 minutes. So what's up, Amy? Good morning. Hey, Stephanie. But the impeachment is on here for us to talk about, the articles of impeachment that were filed yesterday. So we are going to talk about that, but we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And what's up, Cheryl? Who else did I miss? Oh my gosh, a bunch of you guys. Hey, Farah, Miss Sassy. I don't even know. Listen, if I missed your name, sorry. Love you, mean it. A lot is happening, as you all know. If I can get some folks to request to kind of balance things out, that would be amazing. Appreciate it, Renee. It's because I didn't take my ass to the gym today, so I had a little bit. I had a little bit of time to get myself together today. So that's why. Good morning, Karen. Good to see you over on the Book of Faces. Thank you, Farah. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so folks, today is fuck. Sorry, I just saw a news notification that doesn't make me happy. As you can tell by the immediate F-bomb I dropped, right? Give me 1 second. Where did it go? Where did it go? It'll be here in a second. It was an appellate court decision that I don't like. An appellate court decision overturned a decision from a lower court that freed a pro-Palestinian activist, but I can't find the daggone actual article, so I'll find it in a second. Okay. Appreciate it, everybody. So welcome. I'm glad that everybody is joining and that we are here and ready to go. So I got lots of things that I want to talk about. What's up, Jilly Boss? Hey, Randy. So what I want to start today and talk a little bit about the fact that it is MLK Day. It is Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday today. It is the 15th. And we celebrate it on Monday, right? That's the federal holiday. Appreciate it, Carla. But his actual birthday is the 15th. It is today. Good morning, William Gordon. Good to see you. And I have a couple of things up here to talk about and to pull about and to read from some of his works and all of that, because he was very much a radical. I know that this country pretends to love him today, and maybe a good portion of the country does. I just think that it's also important. Thanks, Amy. I think that it's also important for people to know that at the time that Martin Luther King Jr. was leading the civil rights movement in this country, and by this country, I mean this government, right? And many white people did not like him. I just want y'all to, can we be very, very clear about the fact that we tend to love people that are on the right side of history when they are history. Good morning, Marissa. He was hunted. He was doggedly watched by this country. His privacy was infiltrated. The FBI was used as, their own mechanism by which to infiltrate his life and make his life very difficult. And I just want us to remember why, while a lot of people today talk about Martin Luther King Jr. and they talk about peace and they talk about this and they talk about that, you have to really understand that Dr. King, white people did not like him at the time. In many, many white people's eyes in this country, and especially in our government's eyes in this country, Dr. King and Malcolm X might as well have been brothers. And I say that, the pun intended, pun intended. But they might as well have been brothers, because to this country, to this government, and to many white people in this country, it was the same thing. It didn't matter, right? Because they both had the audacity to challenge the status quo. They both had the audacity to speak about the harms in this country. Good morning, Colleen. Good morning, Jen the vet. And so I just can't like start the day and have as many people will. Thanks, Lanny, for humanity. Appreciate that. Um, um, love that witchy kitties. Good morning, Chavez. And there were people who did, right? If you've ever heard Loki Mulholland's mother, she talks about having slept slept with Dr. Martin Luther King, but it's actually it's a story about about a bed when they were doing the civil rights movements and whatever. But of course, she didn't sleep with him. Um, but she talks a lot. Good morning, Mary Shaw. She talks about that and their experiences together quite a bit. But I pulled a couple of documents, and I'm not going to read them all, right? Because holy geez, one is a couple hundred pages long, the other one is over 100 pages long. So I'm not going to do that. But what I do want to do is just remind everybody who Martin Luther King Jr. was. Good morning, Yali. And the world in which he lived in at the time that he was leading the civil rights movement, because it was not a case of the country loved him and thought that what he was doing was amazing. We know that that's not the case because that's why his ass was put in jail. That is why they arrested him, right? That is why it is what it is. Good morning, Black Queen. Okay. So I just want to remind you all of that. If he were here today, he would be 97 years old, right? If Martin Luther King Jr. was here today, he would be, you mean Nicole? Are you talking about Nicole Good, Riley? Are you talking about Nicole Renee Good? Good morning, Tam Bam. Yeah, I mean, of course I have. I covered it on what the ninth, the day it happened, the day after it happened. Yeah, we've talked about all of the things that occurred there several times. Okay. But if good morning, Chef Ryan. If Dr. King were here today, he would be 97 years old, which is like wild, right? And what we have facing us, good morning, MG Brock. What we have facing us in this country are lots of different pieces of legislation attempting to strip people of their voting rights, undo actions that were taken and that were made during the civil rights movement. And I think it's important for us to understand where we are today and how many of the things that were accomplished during Dr. King's time, during John Lewis's time, during Medgar Evers' time, and all of those individuals, and what we face with them trying to take back, trying to undo. And we must recognize that that is not by mistake, that's by intention. And I really want people to understand this. So sometimes people will say things like, oh, these things are just a distraction. And I think it's important to make distinctions between what's actually a distraction that has zero threat, and what is actually, dangerous, what actually has repercussions, what actually is a setback for people. And so when we talk about civil rights movements and when we talk about civil rights and voting rights and things like that, right? What I would say in this context on this subject. Good morning, Gloria. Good morning from Louisiana. Appreciate it, Sin. So here's what I would say is on this front, doing things like renaming naval ships or military bases for new people with the same names as Confederate soldiers, right? Which everybody knows what that is. I won't say everybody, right? I won't say everybody. Good morning, Brad Short. But what the vast majority of the population understands that's a signal for, there's actually not a real like ramification or a negative that's going to happen to people specifically as a result of that name change, right? But what is bigger is when we have legislation that is going forth to strip away voting rights access, to have state level immigration law that gives ICE almost unfettered access to anyone, depending upon the level of melanin ICE perceives them to have in their skin or the accent through which they speak. And so that's when all of it begins to matter in a way that I can't explain. And I think the thing that I really wish people in office and people in the media would bring home, appreciate it, Lynn, is that this is not just about the current president of the United States of America. This is about the people behind him, right? This is the people whose agenda this is. Because I want you all to understand that when the Heritage Foundation wrote their 900-page manifesto, they didn't really give a shit if it was Trump or not. They literally said, whenever we get the next Republican, the next conservative leadership that is willing to do these things. And if it's him, so be it, right? If he's our best shot at making it happen, then yep, we want Donald Trump. But if it's not him, we'll take whoever it might be, right? The manifesto was very clear when it talked about that. And the thing that I think that people really need to wake up to is that J.D. Vance, the vice president of the United States, is 100% on board with absolutely everything that the Heritage Foundation desires, and in a way that Donald Trump is not. And here's what I mean by that. Donald Trump does not have the same intellectual capacity that J.D. Vance does. I want to be very clear about that. J.D. Vance does not have, that Donald Trump does not have the same intellectual capacity that J.D. Vance does. So J.D. Vance understands the manifesto of the Heritage Foundation on a completely different level and in a completely different way than Donald Trump ever could. In my humble opinion, that is what makes him even more dangerous. Right? That is what makes his buy-in to these things even more detrimental to the country and to minorities than Trump. Trump just says things. He just says things. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to have substance. He just says shit because everything he says to his own ears sounds great, right? He believes that everything he says is accurate. He believes that everything he says sounds amazing. He believes that everything he says is spot on and is chef's kiss, right? And immediately someone's going to drop in the comments and go, narcissist. I don't even need to put a label to it. Like what you want to call it doesn't matter. It's the fact that that is the world that he exists in. When his own chief of staff, when the chief of staff in the White House says that the president believes that there is nothing beyond his power, that there is nothing that he cannot do, that there is nothing that he cannot achieve, he does not live in the real world. He does not. So, well, Chris, I would take it a step further. So Chris is saying over on the Book of Faces, Chris is saying J.D. Vance and Miller are the true threat, as well as Peter Thiel. So let me just say this. It is not just J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller or Peter Thiel. If you really want to know where the original threat starts in terms of this administration, then you need look no further than Russell Vought. Russell Vought is the behind the scenes president of the United States. You all know that, correct? Good morning, Hilda. It is Russell Vought, people. He was over the Office of Management and Budget and Management during Trump's first administration. He co-authored a large percent of Project 2025's manifesto, and he is over that same office today. Yeah, it is Russell Vought. And the reason that they use Trump to say a lot of these things is because his dumbass will say anything. Like he'll just say anything, right? JD Vance is most likely never going to look at a reporter and say, "Hush, piggy." Right? It's just, he's just not going to do that. Okay? So Trump will say the things that appeals to the racist. Trump will say the things, he will use the language that appeals to the misogynist. Trump will say the things and do the things that appeals to the homophobics and the transphobics. I got you, Sandy. Thanks. Right? Whereas the other people are less likely to say those types of things. Just, kind of putting it out there. Let me reset this for TikTok, you guys. Give me 1 second. But the thing that's important, and I know that my folks that are with me regularly, I know that you all have heard this part a bajillion times. But there are always, possibilities that people are joining me for the first time ever, or they weren't here when we talked about some of the other things. So I'm going to ask this question of you. How many of you all that are in here right now have never heard me cover the book A Dawn's Early Light, right? Taking Back Washington to Save America. It used to be subtitled Burning Down Washington to Save America. But how many of you have never been with me when we've talked about this book? You're new? Welcome, Trisha. Second timer? Welcome back, Tiffany. Okay, so a lot of you guys haven't been here. Okay, got it. Good morning, Jamie. You're a first timer. Welcome, Gloria Green. Okay, so for some of you guys that have been with me for a really long time, I know you're going to be good with it, but we're going to go back and we're going to drop some education for everybody else in the room, because this is the part that's really important. Because let me tell you what tends to happen, you guys. What tends to happen is everybody gets caught up and worked up about the latest thing that's all over the news, right? And I'm not saying that those things aren't important, because they are, right? Is it significant that the president of the United States said, if people in Minneapolis don't leave ICE alone, he's going to invoke the Insurrection Act? Yeah, it's significant that he said it, which in my opinion, my humble opinion, just means that there needs to be better organizing in Minnesota, and somebody needs to teach them how to resist without invoking violence. That's all. Yeah, I know he said it, Blue Honey Pop. That's why I'm talking about it. That's literally what I'm talking about. Is the fact that he said it. Is that significant? Yes. Am I going to do an hour-long show talking about, oh, is it possible if he said it? What is it? Is it possible that he does it? Like, what will happen if he does it? Do I think he's going to do it? Because that's what a ton of people are going to talk about today. A ton of people are going to talk about that, and they're going to talk about all the things that I just said. Can he do it? Will he do it? What will happen if he does it? What will it look like? Da-da-da-da-da. Welcome, Deborah Jackson, right? So I'm not going to do that. Number one, because it's not beneficial. I have no insight as to what will happen, or if he will do such a thing, other than to say, I know that this administration loves to scare people. I also know that they would love an excuse to be able to do that very thing. That's what I know. What I know is that they would love an excuse to do that very thing. So what do I hope happens? I hope that that people that are really good with their organizing game and people that are really good in their activism game and in their protest game are able to reach out to the folks that are out there and help them be able to organize in a way that is meaningful and does not violate any portion of the law. Good morning, Rick. What's up, Macaroni? Say hey to Sue for me, right? So that's what I hope, because you have to be smarter than they are. And while it might be funny to watch someone pop an ICE agent with a snowball and then run away, and the ICE agent slip all over the ice trying to find them, while it might be funny and amusing, there are consequences. And it is the people on the streets, it is the people in their homes in Minneapolis, right, that are dealing with that. Y'all, what tickles me is the bots come in here and they use the same lines every day. And please don't respond to the blocks to the bots and shit. I've already taken care of that one. Okay. So what is important is the intention. And so I'm going to I'm going to talk about things with language that I believe is appropriate. So in my, okay, I don't need that. So what I believe is that I believe that the Heritage Foundation is a domestic terrorist organization. I believe that. I believe that they meet the legal definition of that, right? Yeah, no, Bridget, I'm coming. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Styles, Porkenstein can't speak to you because they're blocked already. And they're nothing but a bot. You can check it by the followers. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if this person would like to join the panel before they get blocked. Yeah, no worries, Styles. So Hannibal, I sent you an invitation to join the panel, and I'm going to give you about 60 seconds to do that. Because while I'm giving out really important information, what I'm not going to let you do is pop off the mouth in the comments and be distracting. I don't care that you disagree with me or that you have your own opinions. I care about you wanting to be here in a productive minute. How long? How long is a minute? Like actual 60 seconds? Because I can do that. Okay. So while Hannibal figures out their life, I want to say a couple of things. Number one, there is a website that goes to, it matters because whether or not I'm going to wait for you, that's why it matters, because we're not all here for you. I'm giving you an opportunity to join the panel, to be addressed, to have a productive conversation. If you're going to take too long and I'm not going to wait, then you will just have to go on somewhere else. Okay. Well, you're still popping off in the chat. So mods, can we give Hannibal 60 seconds to join the panel? And in 60 seconds, if it doesn't happen, can we just block and move on about our day, please? Appreciate it. All right. So listen. So oceanofpdf.com. That is a website that is like a virtual online library. Okay. And it's oceanofpdf.com. And you can go in there, type in a book, and you can get it, and you can download it, or you can do an e-published copy of it for free. And they just run off of donations, right? So I usually donate the cost of a cup of coffee and grab what I need. And I grabbed a couple of things today, right? So today I grabbed from there a book by Martin Luther King Jr. called Beyond Vietnam, right? And it's oceanofpdf.com. Appreciate it, Sandy. See how quick Sandy Hannibal, he got 60 seconds. When he couldn't figure his life out, she took care of him. Cool. Because here's the thing, y'all. There are creators out there that will let chaos happen in the comments simply because it brings more people in the room, or right? Because the algorithm likes it. I'm not that. I would rather have 300 people in the room at a given time and everybody be able to actually glean the information and be here for a productive reason, even people who disagree with me, than to have 700 people in the room and it'd be fucking chaos and people be arguing in the comments and it'd be helping absolutely nothing. So that's why. All right. So today on Ocean of PDF, I grabbed Beyond Vietnam. And then I also grabbed Where Do We Go From Here? Community or Chaos by Martin Luther King Jr. I grabbed both of those. Now, the book that I'm about to talk to you about, Bridget, and answer your question, is also there. The reason why I would prefer for you to go to oceanofpdf.com and get this book rather than buy it on Amazon is because Ocean of PDF is a virtual library online. They provide these books to people as a resource, and it would be great just to be able to support that kind of thing as we continue to have books being banned all around the world. Jeannie, it is Ocean, like on the ocean, not me swimming, y'all. Ocean of PDF. So it's an ocean of PDFs is what it is because you download the books in PDF format. Okay, so oceanofpdf.com. So the book that I'm going to talk about really quickly, thanks River Ray, is a book by Kevin Roberts. If you don't know who Kevin Roberts is, put a 1 in the comments, please. If you are not sure who Kevin Roberts is, can you put a 1 in the comments for me? Wow, there's a lot of y'all. Okay. I really want you all to know he is a monster. I really want you all to remember the name Kevin Roberts. Kevin Roberts is the president of the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is what they like to call a think tank, but the Heritage Foundation is the organization that wrote Project 2025, but they're responsible for a lot of other things more than just, no, he's alive and well. No, his ass is alive and well, beautiful. No, you almost made me say something I was going to have to repent for. But no, he's alive and well. Okay, so listen. So Kevin Roberts is the head of the Heritage Foundation. The name of the book is Dawn's Early Light. And the subtitle is Taking Back Washington to Save America. The subtitle used to be Burning Down Washington to Save America. Let me tell you how that name change took place and what happened. So this book was originally slated to come out in September of 2024. Okay, follow this timeline, you guys. So this book was supposed to be published September 2024. And then what happened is in July 2024, all of a sudden Project 2025 became mainstream national news, right? What's up, Max Boy? And in my humble opinion, who do I believe we have to thank for that? Does anybody know who I think we have to thank for the fact that the Heritage Foundation, that Project 2025 became a mainstream talking point? Exactly, Lil Farm got it. Taraji P. Henson. Yep, you're welcome, America. There's a Black woman saving everybody again, or at least trying to. So Taraji P. Henson was at the BET Awards in July. And she stood on that stage and she said to the entire country, if y'all ain't read Project 2025, you better go look it up because they about to try to do some really ugly things in this country. She used her platform. Hey, Tracy, she used her platform, her moment at the BET Awards to say, y'all better go peep what's about to happen. And it became news that she would use her platform and BET to talk about Project 2025. But Taraji P. Henson is the reason we know what we know about Project 2025 because it was going to fly under the radar. Do y'all want to know how far under the radar it is? So I just want y'all to think about this. So Project 2025 is this 900-page manifesto. I call it a manifesto because when we have people that mean to mass unalive individuals and they write out their book about how they're going to do it, we call that their manifesto, do we not? We call it a manifesto. If somebody writes a book, right? If somebody writes it and says, this is how we intend to have a whole lot of people die. This is how we intend to strip away people's rights. This is how we intend to virtually take over this country and keep it from being the dysfunctional democracy that it is. If somebody says that, we call that a manifesto. And I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. There's no difference between, this is what this country likes to do. And we're not the only one, but I only live in this one. So I'm going to talk about this one. Okay. So here's what we like to do in the United States of America. We like to demonize the corner boys that sit on the corner in your neighborhood, dealing in the devil's lettuce and party favors. And we like to demonize them. And we like to say how horrible they are. And we like to call them thugs. And we like to put them in prison. And if they get 3 strikes, we like to put them in prison for a really long time, right? This is what we like to do. However, what we also do in this country is we have corner boys that sit in corner offices in corporate suits, selling party favors, unaliving people, doing all the same things. They're in your pharmaceutical companies. They're in your healthcare companies. They're in your health insurance companies. They're making decisions every day that cause people to unalive. They're just doing it in corporate suits, in corner offices. They're just corporate corner boys. And we give corporate corner boys a pass because it's just business. We need to point that out. Because what is the difference? You all tell me this. What is the difference if I'm a healthcare executive and I'm sitting in or a health insurance executive and I'm sitting in a corner office and I'm making decisions about premiums and I know it's going to cause millions of people and thousands of people to not be able to afford their healthcare, and I know they're going to die as a result. Like, I know it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's going to be the outcome. And I do it because we want a 44% return on profit that year versus a 32% change return. What's the difference? Did I not just make a decision that unalive people for money? Why aren't those people called murderers? Why aren't they? But you think I'm supposed to be mad at somebody on the actual corner trying to live? And most of the time, not all the time, but let me be clear, most of the time, the corner boys that's down there, that's dealing in the devil's lettuce and the party favors, most of the time they taking care of their damn community. That's why people are loyal to them. Can we be clear about that? That's why the community likes them. Is because they be the ones feeding their kids. They the ones getting backpacks and school supplies. They the ones doing things in the neighborhood that the city ain't doing. So anyway, I know I digressed and went down a little rabbit hole there, but we have to call a thing a thing. And that is what we deal with in this country. Okay? So when I talk about the Heritage Foundation, in my opinion, which I'm entitled to, they are a domestic terrorist organization. And I believe that because they specifically design policy and intent and write reports with the intent of causing harm to people. They intend to take out particular groups of people even, right? And so for me, if you're laying it out, I don't care if you're doing it through policy, you're still doing it. The end result is still the same. So therefore, I'm going to call you by your manifesto and what you are. Okay. And I believe that there are many, many people in this country, especially immigrants, who would agree with me that they are being terrorized. Okay. So this book, I do not, hear me again when I say this, do not want you to go buy it. You can go to Ocean of PDF. You can get the dude a coffee, right, to thank him for putting together this virtual online library for people. And you can get the book from there. Yeah. Chris, it's the truth though, right? And so I'm over here in this space, even when it's uncomfortable. And let me just say this, you all, me saying that doesn't mean I'm like, yay, go sell the devil's lettuce and party favors. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I think that's a wise decision. I'm not saying that I think that people should run out and go do that. I am saying, one, I understand why people in certain communities end up doing that. Ocean of PDF, Beach Bum, right? Because we have people that are elected to office and people in other places that aren't doing what they need to do to take care of their people, right? I don't have to agree with a thing to be able to understand it. And what I'm not going to do is hold one group of people to a standard that I'm not willing to hurt, that I'm not willing to hold the other group of people to. We have more criminals in corporate offices and government positions, especially corporate offices, than in our neighborhoods. And I'm going to give you, for a second, before I circle back around to the book, and I'm getting ready to grab the book off my bookshelf right here, right? But I want to circle back around and just like be clear about this. I hear a lot of people wanting to talk to me about healthcare fraud committed by Somali immigrants in Minneapolis or in Minnesota. Let me just say this to you. First of all, it was a white woman that spearheaded that shit. Amy Bach. Look her up. It was a white woman, Amy Bach. She was the conduit that got all of those Somali immigrants hooked up. Let me not say all of them, but let me just say she was the ringleader. This was her deal. She was the one that was in the position to make it happen. I believe it's BOCH, Carla. But that's her name. Amy Bach. Matter of fact, she was convicted for it. Give me a second. Yeah. AIMEE. And then Bach, BOCK. She was the former executive for Feeding Our Future, right? And so let me just go ahead and read to you the Department of Justice. You ready? Here we go. Federal jury finds Feeding Our Future mastermind and co-defendant guilty in $250 million pandemic fraud scheme. This is from March the 19th of 2025. I'm reading from the DOJ's website, and here's what it says. And by the way, this is from the DOJ's U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota. So what does that tell you? That tells you that Minnesota was already on it. Minnesota has been aware. Minnesota was, nope, AIMEE, and then Bach is BOCH. So listen to this. Two individuals, this is March 19th, 2025. Two individuals have been convicted by a federal jury she has already been convicted, Brad. Two individuals have been convicted by a federal jury for their roles in a $250 million fraud scheme that exploited a federally funded child nutrition program, announced the acting U.S. attorney, Lisa D. Kirkpatrick. Amy Bach and Salim Saeed took advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic to carry out a massive fraud scheme that stole money meant to feed children. The defendants falsely claimed to have served 91 million meals for which they fraudulently received nearly $250 million in federal funds. That money did not go to feed kids. Instead, it was used to fund their lavish lifestyles. Today's verdict sends a message to the community that fraud against the government will not be tolerated. Stealing from the federal government is stealing from the American people, plain and simple. The egregious fraud uncovered in the Feeding Our Future case represents the blatant betrayal of public trust. These criminals stole hundreds of millions in federal funding meant to feed hungry children during a crisis and instead funneled it into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggled, said Special Agent in Charge Alvin M. Winston. Right, Cam. Who was from the FBI in Minneapolis. All right. Amy Bach, Salim Saeed, and others took advantage of a global pandemic to rob food programs aimed at serving those in need of hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars during a time when so many people were struggling. So I'm not going to read the entire press release, but this is from March of 2025, so almost a year ago. Can I just say this? And y'all going to be like, damn, Danny, you sound really racist today. Good thing I can't be racist, number one. Number two, a fact that has uncomfortable racial implications doesn't make me racist. It brings attention to the infrastructure that is racist. Just want to be clear about this, because 9 times out of 10, when you see a person of color, right, that is convicted of some sort of governmental fraud scheme, most oftentimes they connected to a white person that turned them on. Why do I say that? Because in this country, that's who is in the infrastructure. That's who is in the position to have access to those government programs. The United States of America has never been a country that's just about giving a bunch of money, free money to Black and brown people. That's not a thing. Those people control those systems. Those people control those programs. Those people. So I'm just saying that when you are looking at the power structures and the people that have the positions to make that happen, it's not Black and brown people by and large. Let me also say this. When it comes to healthcare fraud, let me say this. The vast majority of healthcare fraud in this country has been committed by hospitals and healthcare systems that are predominantly run by white men. And they typically are allowed to commit a shit ton of fraud. The government comes after them only to recoup the losses, only to recoup the money. And then those same people that committed the fraud go to work at other healthcare organizations. Or in Rick Scott's case, they go on to be governor and senator, and even the healthcare advisor to the president. It is not the constituents. It is not the regular person. So listen, some of these folks are so smooth, you all. Some of them will actually work for a private corporation and then go to work for the government. And when they go to work for the government, they'll go to work for the government in the healthcare administration, where they are part of revamping Medicare, Medicaid law and policy. And then they go back to the private system where they're able to manipulate, maybe even commit fraud against the very system they just helped design. And then they get out and then they go do it all over again. And nobody gives a shit because it's just business. In the United States of America, we give business and capitalism as justification for unaliving people, for starving children, for leaving people without homes, for having our elderly not be able to get their medication. We like literally, if it's just business, then none of that matters. It's okay. You're allowed to be a despicable human being and do horrible things to anyone as long as it's under the guise of business in this country, which is crazy, right? I'm just saying right now, you know what's crazy is I got people on Facebook and I got people on TikTok, and all of y'all are naming people who either themselves or their loved ones have been convicted of fraud and are still walking around on the street doing what they do. Maybe they even got pardoned by the president, right? And they're just keeping the thing moving. But then you want to talk about the thugs that are on the corners in the neighborhoods. Get the fuck out. You can miss me with it. You can miss me with it. Because the people doing the most harm to the most people in this country are either in public office or corporate offices. The people doing the most harm to the citizens of this country, to the people of this country, to the human beings in this country are sitting in public office and corner office and corporate offices. Period. I need to hydrate. 1 second. Somebody asked me, well, why are they putting it? Wait a minute. I care. I have a complete file on the officials. Okay. Some of us care. Color make no. I don't know what that means. And I don't think you heard me say at all that no one cares. The system doesn't care as a whole. So there can be people within the system that care, but that doesn't mean that the system itself is going to operate in a manner as if it cares. There are career officials. There are career members of our government who care and are sitting in positions where they are frustrated every day when they go to do their jobs. Right? No, and you're gonna stop. You're getting muted because you keep spamming my comments and act like you can't read the damn sign that's on my thing. Okay, so back to the book because this part's important. Okay, so hold on a second. I want to show you all something. And yes, I'm moving slowly because this girl's been back in the gym and everything hurts. Everything hurts. Everything. Yeah, you saw that, Nene? And I just quickly was like, mute. And I don't even know you anyway, so it's fine. Okay. All right. So the book, Dawn's Early Light, Taking Back Washington to Save America, used to say Burning Down Washington to Save America. And then Taraji P. Henson went to the BET Awards. And what does my shirt say? I'm telling people to unsubscribe from the bullshit. Yeah. To listen, anything when it's stealing your peace, unsubscribe. When it's stealing your joy, unsubscribe. When it is, yeah, I mean, not for me unless, yeah, but no, this is the place that I'm in, is that I just, yeah, I don't have, yeah, that's what it says. Some of y'all need to unsubscribe from mainstream media right now. Yeah, but anyway. Okay. So I want to share. Yeah, Cam, I'm just saying. So I want to share with you all the foreword to this book. Okay. And I usually skip to the very end, but today about TPH. What's TPH? What's TPH? Oh, Taraji. Oh, yeah, girl, I don't be calling her by all the initials. Taraji. I said, did I miss something? I'm on top of that case, and there's much more to come, including jail time for the 91%. Right. Um, right. I'm just saying, y'all. Okay, so listen. Okay, so here's the timeline. You had Kevin Roberts had this book. This book was scheduled to come out. Tennessee Highway Patrol, right? CJ, I was like, where's that? Yeah, but I have never in my life called Taraji TPH. So I was like, was I supposed to be talking about something else? You know, my brain, y'all. I'm like, what is TPH? What am I trying to say? Okay. Yeah, so listen, here's the timeline. You have the book. Kevin Roberts, this book is supposed to come out in September of 2024. Okay. Her product line. See, I don't do products lines. Yo, listen, I am this and my grandkids, and then I decompress. Like, yeah. But anyway, thank y'all for cluing me in. I'm so glad y'all know. Y'all keeping me straight. All right. So listen. So this book was supposed to come out in September. Taraji P. Henson stands on stage at the BET Awards and says, if y'all ain't read Project 2025, you probably should. You might wanna check it out, right? Now, once Project 2025 at that point becomes mainstream talking points, like everybody is like, holy shit, this is a problem, right? Yeah, I saw her, Tracy. So after that, they pushed the book back to 1 day after the election, 1 week after the election. So the election was November 5th of 2024. They postponed the publishing of the book, for you to be able to purchase it, to November 12th. They pushed it back. They did not want this book to come out before the election. Now you might say, well, I wonder why that is. Because if Project 2025 is out, how much worse could the book be? A lot. A lot. Especially because the current Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, wrote the foreword for this book. Okay? And I'm going to read to you what J.D. Vance wrote. Okay? Yeah, J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for the book. So here we go. These are the words of the Vice President of the United States of America. You ready? In the classic American film Pulp Fiction, John Travolta's character, recently returned from Amsterdam, observes that Europe has the same consumer goods as America, but there it's just a quote unquote little different. That's how I feel about Kevin Roberts' life. He grew up in a poor family in a corner of the country largely ignored by America's elites, but his corner was in Louisiana and mine in Ohio and Kentucky. Like me, he's a Catholic, but unlike me, he was born into it. His grandparents played an outsized role in his life, just as mine did. And now he works far from where he grew up, just a few steps from my office in Washington, D.C. He is the president of one of Washington's most influential think tanks, and I'm a U.S. Senator. For those of you all who did not know, J.D. Vance converted to Catholicism. He used to be not religious at all. Okay. He converted to Catholicism, specifically because there was a mold that he needed to fit for folks who wanted to move him along this path. Okay. Now he has written the book you hold in your hands, which explores many of the themes I've focused on in my own work. Yet he does so profoundly and with a readable style that makes accessible its real intellectual rigor. Never before has a figure with Robert's depth and stature within the American right, and I think it's important to note, sorry, that when he says American right, it's capitalized, so it is a proper noun. Okay. Listen to what he says. Never before has a figure with Robert's depth and stature within the American right tried to articulate a genuinely new future for conservatism. The Heritage Foundation isn't some random outpost on Capitol Hill. It is and has been the most influential engine of ideas for Republicans from Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump. Yet it is Heritage's power and influence that makes it easy to avoid risks. This part's really important, y'all. Roberts could collect a nice salary, write decent books, and tell donors what they want to hear. But Roberts believes doing the same old thing could lead to the ruin of our nation. If you've read a lot of conservative books or think you have a good sense of the conservative movement, I suspect the pages that follow will be surprising, even jarring. Roberts understands economics and supports basic free market principles, but he doesn't make an idol out of decade-old theories. He argues persuasively that the modern financial corporation was almost entirely foreign to the founders of our nation. The closest 18th century analog to the modern Apple or Google is the British East India Company, a monstrous hybrid of public and private power that would have made its subjects completely unavailable to access in an American sense of liberty. The idea that our founders meant to make their citizens subjects to this kind of hybrid power is ahistorical and preposterous, yet too many modern conservatives, and those are his quotes, not mine, make such an idol out of the market that they ignore this. A private company that can censor speech. Yep, I got you, Sandy. This is where, hold on, y'all. Just give me a sec. Let me do this. I hate it when TikTok moves stuff around on here. Okay. All right, here we go. So this is what he says. A private corporation that can censor speech, influence elections, and work seamlessly with intelligence services and other federal bureaucrats deserves the scrutiny of the right, not its support. Roberts not only gets this at an instinctive level, he can articulate a political vision to engage in that scrutiny effectively. Roberts sees a conservatism that is focused on the family. In this, he borrows from the old American right that recognized correctly, in my view, that cultural norms and attitudes matter. So I automatically read this and I think, whose culture? When you say cultural norms, whose culture? Like, because it's a cultural norm for many to eat with their hands, but y'all thought Zoran Mamdani shouldn't do such a thing. What cultural norms? Right? Anyway. We should encourage our kids to get married and have kids. Now, never mind. Hold on. I'm just going to read it. Give me a second. We should encourage our kids to get married and have kids. We should teach them that marriage isn't just a contract, but a sacred and, to the extent possible, lifelong union. Well, I wonder, what's up, Mr. Barrios? I wonder how that lifelong union thing is looking for JD right now. We should discourage them from behaviors that threaten the stability of their families. Maybe like Pete Hegseth having multiple affairs and children with his mistresses. You mean that, JD? You mean? Anyway, he says we should discourage them from behaviors that threaten the stability of their families. But we should also do something else. We should create the material circumstances such that having a family isn't only for the privileged. So I want you all to see what he's attempting to do right here. When he says we should create the material circumstances so that having a family isn't only for the privileged. Is that true? Because I see people without significant finances having children all the time. I actually see people with a lot of material having less children. Am I right or am I wrong? What I see demonstrated more often than not is people with large amounts of money tend to be the ones to have fewer children. Because when you are reading the things that they say, because one of the things that I will always give the GOP, Republican, American right, whatever credit for is they know how to word things. They know how to phrase things, right? The shit be sounding real good unless you are taking a moment to go, well, wait a minute, because I don't really see that to be a thing. Yeah, they message very well, right? Because when you hear someone say to you, yeah, having babies shouldn't just be a privilege. It's like if you want to create material circumstances so that all families live better, that sounds amazing until you understand that that's not even an accurate argument because people have babies regardless. Right, Philip, it's called lying. So then he goes on to say this. That means better jobs at all levels of the income ladder. That means protecting American industries. And this part is so important, you guys. That means protecting American industries, even if it leads to higher consumer prices in the short term. It sounds like J.D. Vance knew that the plan they were going to implement was going to cost average Americans more money in the short term. That's what it sounds like. That means listening to our young people who are telling us they can't afford to buy a home or start a family, not just criticizing them for a lack of virtue. Roberts is articulating a fundamentally Christian view of culture and economics. The Vice President of the United States is saying that the cultural norm that needs to happen for this country is based on a fundamentally Christian view. It is Christian culture they are looking for. It is Christian economics they are looking for. And that is not my opinion. Those are the words of J.D. Vance. Roberts is articulating a fundamentally Christian view of culture and economics, recognizing that virtue and material progress go hand in hand. My childhood was not, he's trying to sound like a prosperity preacher right there, y'all. Virtue and material progress go hand in hand. The Lord said it's for you. That's why Kenneth Copeland said, give me my $550 million jet. I can't ride with these devils. My childhood was not, by any objective measure, easy. Neither was that of Kevin Roberts, right? Both of us were negatively impacted by family instability, and both of us were saved by the resilience of the thick network of family, grandparents, aunts, uncles, that is often the first and most effective component of our social safety net. Now, here's my question for you. When he says it's the most effective component of our social safety net, in what way is he speaking of? Because here's what I would offer to you. While our family, our grandparents, our aunties, our uncles are often our first component of our social safety net, does that mean that they are the most effective? Because if they were the most effective, JD, why were you so negatively impacted? Why were you so negatively impacted by family instability if, in fact, your grandparents, your uncles, and your aunt were the most effective component of our social safety net? How is that so? See what I'm saying? You have to pay attention to what they're saying. He's selling you a load of bullshit. We love our grandparents, our uncles, our aunties, our ladies next door, our neighbors around. We love the people that step in and do the best that they can to help out our communities and our families. That doesn't mean they're the most effective. What would be effective is if this country paid a fucking living wage. How about that? If this country paid a living wage, those people would be a whole lot more effective. Right? I can't do bots today, y'all. I'm just going to get rid of them. Don't talk to the bots. What's effective is if people can afford to buy their groceries. That's effective. What's effective, right, is if people have the ability to pay their rent. What's effective is that, people don't have to, like the governor of Tennessee, decide not to participate in a program to make sure children eat during the summer. I just want to know what Christian value. I want to know where Jesus said, don't feed them damn babies, Bill Lee. That's what I want to know. Where does the Bible say, don't feed them damn babies? He goes on to say, and both of us learned to love the country that gave both of us and our families second chances. You got a second chance? Because I know a lot of people that didn't get second chances. Yeah, he said instability. I want to know. Please don't put links in the chat. Thank you for taking that right on. Do not put links in the chat. You're about to get blocked. Okay. Well, hold on. I got a little question that somebody's asking. Thank you, Sandy, for handling that real quick. Well, so I think Jesus talks about feeding hungry people, right? When he says, for I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. In the Bible, we talk about that, right? The generous will themselves be blessed, for they will share their food with the poor. That's Proverbs 22:9. Psalms 146:7 says, he upholds the cause of the oppressed and gives food to the hungry. Why am I not out feeding people? Bitch, you don't know what I do or what I've done. Just because I'm not feeding them right now in this moment don't mean I don't feed people. Why aren't you? You're on TikTok with me. And I did say, bitch, I don't usually do that, but I met you where you are. I met you where you are. I met you where you are today. I did. Listen, if you want to know what I've done, Google me. That's if you literally want to know what I've done, who I've fed, who I've clothed, who I've brought into my home to live with me, Google me. That's what you can do. Or next time, know who you're talking to before you open your mouth. So listen, y'all, yesterday I went and I loved being around the monks, but I'm not a monk. I'm not a monk. I am here for peace, but sometimes I will meet you with your same energy. Okay? Just so we're clear. So, yeah. Welcome, Philip from Cleveland, Ohio. I love that you are here. You know what? AIM is in my link tree. Philip, the link to the AIM website is in my link tree, not specifically the Ohio chapter. But yeah, we've talked about several of the things that are on the site and different initiatives when we've been covering different things. So love that. Welcome. All right. So here we go. All right, so let me finish reading this, you guys. You ready? No, they're not. Are you really? I love that. So let me somebody is saying on Facebook, somebody says, you're right. It doesn't, and these folks ain't Christ following, God fearing Christians. And let me just say this. I had a moment yesterday when I was thinking about, yes, Gloria Green, I can. So I absolutely had a thought yesterday when I saw all of the people coming from so many places just to be near the monks or to offer them an offering or be blessed by them or whatever. And I y'all know I was raised in church. I was raised Southern Baptist, right? And I immediately had this thought, this is that Jesus energy that I grew up being taught about it. This is that where people just wanted to be around, when people just wanted to be close to the energy, when people wanted, that touch the hem of the garment kind of thing. And it's so the opposite of how many Christians portray Christianity today. Am I judging everyone by their political views? No. Where does it say that I'm judging you by your political views? No. I will judge your fruit, though, 100%. And the fruit of the Spirit, according to Galatians 5:22, ain't you. Matthew chapter 7 tells me exactly how to judge. In case you missed it, selfish, can I just put a pin right here, Gloria, before I go back here? So let me be clear. So Matthew chapter 7 says, judge not, lest ye be judged. And then it goes on to say that the same measure by which you judge someone else, you will be judged. And so the measure by which I'm judging you is if you support policy and candidates that doesn't feed people, that doesn't provide housing for people, that supports terrorizing people, that supports deporting people to places they've never been, that it is okay with a healthcare system that allows people to die instead of saving them. Like, I am judging you by that standard. And I am perfectly fine with you judging me by that standard, because that's what it says. It doesn't say don't judge at all. It says don't judge lest ye be judged. And it says you will be judged by the same measure. And I want you to judge me. If you ever see me supporting not giving children housing, judge me. If you ever see me supporting not feeding children, judge me. If you ever see me supporting rounding up people based on how they look, judge me. If you ever see me supporting taking away SNAP benefits from the elderly, from the disabled, judge me. Absolutely, 100%. Because you damn right I'm judging you if that's what you support. I'm not judging your salvation. I'm judging all of that. And you are damn right I am judging the governor of Tennessee if he chooses, and along with 13 other governors last time, that said, no, we're not participating in a program to feed children during the summer. Fuck yes, I'm judging you all day. Do you want to know why? Because your position is to take care of the children. You were elected. Your first priority is to serve the people, not your pocketbook. So yes, I'm judging if you choose not to feed people. Any other questions about that? I mean, because if necessary, I can get out my Bible. Ain't nobody fooling with you. And is my friend from AIM still in here? Philip? Philip, if you are still in here, just put something in the comments so that I know. What's up, Kim? You are? Okay, so y'all bear with me. I'm going to get right back to this in just a second. I want to share this with you, Philip. I had probably one of the most, it's like, I would say one of the top 5 experiences of my life that made like a lasting impact on me. My oldest daughter came to visit me, and her friend Chase was already at Standing Rock, and Chase had been there for a while. And my daughter and I were like, let's go. So we get into our cabinets, we empty out like all the canned food, all the non-perishable stuff that we could take with us, because I rented a vehicle and we drove cross country. And we pulled into Standing Rock on this Saturday night. It was in December, right before the big blizzard came. And so we pull in, and if you've never been there, so first of all, when you went to when I got to Standing Rock, you went up what we call Flag Road, right? Gotcha, Sandy. And it's had all the flags from all the tribes lining the road. And when we got there, the security and everything is run by all of the Native Americans, right? So I get there and I roll down my window, and there's a Native American woman who greets me, and she asks me, she says, "Is this your first time, or are you returning?" And I said, "This is my first time." And without hesitation, she said to me, "Welcome home, sister." Without hesitation, she said to me, "Welcome home, sister." And it hit different, right? And then she told me the next morning, before you can do anything, whether you're going to be in the donation tent, whether you're going to go to the medic tent, whether you're going to go wherever you're going, you have to go to orientation. So orientation was this big dome, like towards the middle of the reservation, right? The land. And so we went to orientation in the morning, and they had different people. So they had an elder there. They had a white girl there. They had a brown girl there. I forget what country she was from. But they had different people up at the front, right? And each of them were taking different sections to talk about different things. But they shared with us 4 things. And if you follow me on Facebook, you've seen me post about these 4 things all the time, several times. You just see me. I talk about these because they were so life altering for me. So the very first thing that they said was be indigenous centered. So what does that mean? That means if I'm there and I'm on their land, I need to be indigenous centered. I need to think about whose land I'm on. I need to think about their history. I need to think about what they're experiencing. Like, don't be running up to no elder, asking for some wisdom, and you don't have an offering. Don't go walking up to somebody asking to touch her braid or her coat or her bag or any of the things. Right? Be indigenous centered, and that part works in everything. So whatever room you're in, be them centered, right? So that was number 1. Number 2 is my favorite still to this day, is take up space. And what they said about take up space was, if you're going to be here, don't just be here, take a picture and say, oh, I was at Standing Rock, right? To post on your social media. But be here. Like, if you're going to take up space, then really take up space, like embody, take up space. Because when everyone was there, I don't know if you all know this or not, but if you went to camp, you ate for free. Like, there were 3 kitchens on camp where I was, and they served 3 meals a day. Elders ate first, women and children ate next. Then veterans ate next because that was their Veterans Day weekend. And then the men were there after that, right? And so they were like, if you're going to be here, take up space. While I was there, we had a woman that had slipped, see you later, Brian, that had slipped on the ice and split her head. I literally was in the medic tent holding her scalp while a medical, 3rd-year medical resident from Minneapolis, as a matter of fact, was helping staple her head shut, right? I got to treat the feet. And I say I got to treat because it was a privilege to be able to treat the feet of an elder, right? Who'd been out in the cold and in the weather, and we wanted to not get frostbite, right? I got to. That was a privilege to be of service, right? And so it was take up space. The third thing that they said was that we are creating a new generation. A couple of days later, one of the elders was talking, and he said, I'm looking out at all the people that are here. He said, and there's white and brown and red and black. And he said, if you had ever told me that this day would be here, he said, because historically, when we invite people to our land, it hasn't ended well for us, right? And he said, but this is a new generation. He said, I look out. He said, we put out a call for help and you all came, right? So that was the third one. We're creating a new generation. And the fourth one was take it home. He said, take this experience home with you. He said, when you go home, find out whose land you're on, right? So there's a website that I share quite a bit. It's native-land.ca. You can put in your address and it will tell you whose land you're on, who are the original people that belong to that land. It will tell you what tribes they were. It will tell you what languages they spoke. It will even give you information for local chapters. And I share that with you, Philip, just to say that I know a lot of people, I have no idea if we're friends on Facebook. It is possible. But I share it because for me, no matter what I contributed, I got so much more from that experience than ever. Yeah. So the website is native kevin-roberts-land.ca. That's the land. That's the website where you can put in the address. You're welcome. All right. So let me get back to Kevin Roberts for a second and JD Vance. All right. So what I was reading prior to that little side turn, the little detour we took for a minute, we're going to get back on the main road now. But this is the foreword to Kevin Roberts' book. Kevin Roberts is the president of the Heritage Foundation, right, Cheryl? That little interlude. And JD Vance is writing and giving you his opinion about what's in this book. Thank you, Witch. And about Kevin Roberts as a whole. And here's what he says. At the very top, he says, both of us, talking about him and Kevin Roberts. What's up, Ja? He said, both of us were negatively impacted by family instability. And both of us were saved by the resilience of the thick network of family, grandparents, aunts, and uncles, that is often the first and most effective component of our social safety net. And I'm going to repeat right now what I said when I first read that, is that if in fact, right, dad jokes. If in fact that family is the most effective part of our social safety net, then why were Kevin and JD impacted so negatively? Just because family is there attempting to fill in the gaps, it doesn't mean that they are healed from their own traumas. It doesn't mean that they have the wealth of the financial means to appropriately be there. And a lot of times, like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you have been so negatively impacted by family instability if your family was an effective social safety net for you? Obviously, it was not. And then he goes on to say, and both of us learned to love the country that gave both of us and our families second chances, despite some bumps along the way. In these pages, Kevin is trying to figure out how we preserve as much of what worked in his own life while correcting what didn't. To do that, we need more than a politics that simply removes the bad policies of the past. I want you all to be clear when he says removes the bad policies of the past, because he's about to tell you what they believe are bad policies. Are you ready? We need more than a politics that simply removes the bad politics of the past. We need to rebuild. We need an offensive conservatism, not merely one that tries to prevent the left from doing things we don't like. Here's an analogy I sometimes use to articulate what the previous generation of conservatives got right and wrong. Imagine a well-maintained garden in a patch of sunlight. It has some imperfections, of course, and many weeds. The very thing that makes it attractive for the things we try to cultivate makes it attractive for the things we don't. And in an effort to eliminate the bad, a well-meaning gardener treats the garden with a chemical solution. This kills many of the weeds, but it also kills many of the good things. Undeterred, the gardener keeps adding the solution. Eventually, the soil is inhospitable. In this analogy, modern liberalism is the gardener. The garden is our country. And the voices discouraging the gardener were conservatives. We were right, of course. In an effort to correct problems, some real and some imagined, we made a lot of mistakes as a country in the 1960s and 1970s. Now I'm going to pause right there. And I want you to think very specifically, as a country, as a whole country, what significant things did we do in the 1960s and the 1970s? You too, blessed and grateful. What did we do as a country? Civil rights, women's rights, ERA, FOIA, right? The Voting Rights Act, Fair Housing Act, Americans with Disabilities Act. So that was a court case, Masani, right? But I want you all to understand that when he says, as a country, modern liberalism did these things. And he even said some of the problems were real, but some of them were imagined. About an hour and a half, Wawa. Native American Freedom of Religion Act. I love that, Philip. Thank you for adding. Right? So he goes on to say, to bring the garden back to health, it is not enough to undo the mistakes of the past. The garden needs not to just stop adding a terrible solution, though it does need that. It needs to be recultivated. The old conservative movement argued if you just got government out of the way, natural forces would resolve problems. We are no longer in this situation and we must take a different approach. As Kevin Roberts writes, quote, it's fine to take a laissez-faire approach when you are in the safety of the sunshine, but when the twilight descends and you hear the wolves, you've got to circle the wagons and load the muskets. We are now realizing that it's time to circle the wagons and load the muskets. In the fights that lay ahead, these ideas are an essential weapon. Those are the words of the current Vice President of the United States of America. They want to undo all of the protections that happened in the 60s and the 70s, whether those protections are for people, whether they are for the environment. Y'all saw the flash, or was that just me? Right? That's what they want to do. The reason, appreciate it, y'all. I always have to check so I know I'm not crazy because I don't have a single light on in here. No, Blondie, they won't suffer. Only poor people will suffer. And I keep telling you all, poor white people are right in the same bed with all of us. Everyone is in the same boat. Unless you make $400,000 a year, $500,000 a year or more, you're in the same boat. And they don't care if you get hurt. They are fine with you being hurt because you're not part of them anyway. Lyndon B. Johnson told y'all that a long time ago. Everybody knows. If you don't know the Lyndon B. Johnson quote, put a 1 in the comments if you don't know it. If you don't know the quote that I'm talking about, put a 1 in the comments. Lyndon B. Johnson. So Lyndon B. Johnson, as y'all know, was one of the presidents of the United States of America. And at one point in time, they are riding through Nashville and there's a civil rights protest happening, right? And there are people with all of these different racial signs and things like that. And his chief of staff says, I don't get this. I don't understand it. Lyndon B. Johnson, being from the South, he said, oh, I can tell you how this is. And this is what he said, quote, this is not Danny's quote. This is Lyndon B. Johnson's quote, quote, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. And that's exactly what has been happening. People have been emptying their pockets for damn watches, cereal boxes, Bitcoins. What are those things called? NFTs. But that's exactly what we see. And so this is why I keep saying, listen, the majority of the people that I see that are just like, oh, this is so amazing. Y'all don't understand. You about to be hurting like everybody else. And some of you all are starting to understand. Some of you all are starting to understand because your healthcare premiums are so high now you can no longer afford them. Some of you all are starting to understand because your state now has passed legislation and you can't even use your SNAP benefits to get your baby a birthday cake. Ain't that some shit? Your kid gets all A's on their report card. No candy bar to treat them for it. No ice cream. Not with your SNAP anyway. Absolutely not. But you all are the people of small government. The government is so big now, they are determining what you can buy with your SNAP benefits. Don't tread on me, folks. Y'all getting treaded on, backed up, rolled over. And you're so committed to that, right? Because you can't be wrong. And it's not that you can't be wrong because your ego. That's not it. Listen, it's not that you can't be wrong because your ego says you can't be wrong. You can't be wrong because if you are wrong about all the things that you believed, what does that say not only about your country, not only about your candidate, but what does it say about you? What does it say about you? And that's the thing that most people don't want to face. Listen, I'm going to share just a snippet. I've shared this part a lot, but I think it's important. When you understand who they mean to come after. So in this book, they call the Democratic Party the uni party. I mean and the destructive party, the party of destruction. Okay? That's not true. I see them change every day. I see them change every day. So let me also say this to you all, okay? The people that have bought into this, okay? I want you to follow me. Some of them are changing. It's just not necessarily going to happen in the time frame you want them to, and it doesn't always happen in a 5-minute or 10-minute conversation. So, I choose to engage with those people sometimes. If I know that they are truly deconstructing and open to new ideas, but struggling to get past that hump, I will sit with them, I will work with them, I will be with them. Right? And oftentimes I see them shift perspectives. Oftentimes I do. What I don't do is criticize them or like some of y'all, just drop them. No, listen, either you want people to really understand or you don't. Either you want to really understand, you want them to understand or you don't. Because you can't listen. People don't do it in 5 or 10 minutes. And so if you're not willing to spend the 49 minutes or the hour on the conversations with them, like, right? Thanks, Twisted. If you're not willing to do that, that's fine. But just don't be negative and detrimental to the progress that's being made. Now you can, besides, you can while I'm live. So I'm just telling you. So I want to share this with you all. When this is, I'm going to read to you a couple of other snippets from this book so that you understand that this is what the Vice President of the United States co-signs. He says, to escape our current darkness, restore America's civic life, and take back our country from good. I don't know who the fuck they're taking it back from. They still own it. Yes, they do, Philip, 100%. Conservatives can't merely continue putting out fires. We must be brave enough to go on the offense, strike the match, and start a long, controlled burn. Listen to this. He says, there's plenty of fuel. Like dead wood in a forest, many of America's institutions have been completely hollowed out, fully captured by the uniparty. Decadent and rootless, these institutions serve only as shelter for our corrupt elite. Meanwhile, they block out the light and suck up the nutrients necessary for new American institutions to grow. For America to flourish again, they don't need to be reformed. They need to be burned. And he put that part in italics. He says they need to be burned. And then he says a nice start would include every Ivy League college, the FBI, the New York Times, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, the Department of Education, 80% of, quote, Catholic higher education, BlackRock, the Loudoun County Public School Systems, the Boy Scouts of America, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the World Economic Forum, the Chinese Communist Party, and the National Endowment for Democracy. These are the words of Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, and J.D. Vance wrote the foreword for this book and said, this is what needs to happen. J.D. Vance said, this is amazing. This is incredible. Yep, this is what we should be doing. He goes on to say, of course, starting a forest fire doesn't seem like something Smokey Bear would approve of. It doesn't seem, and then he put this in quote, and he put this in italics. It doesn't seem nice. It doesn't seem as though it would be good for the environment. That's what he said. And he put seem in italics. He said, it doesn't seem as though it would be good for the environment. Listen to what Kevin Roberts said. He says, yet any good conservationist can tell you that fire is an intrinsic part of the cycle of life. Indeed, without regular controlled burns, a conflagration eventually occurs that wrecks the forest rather than renews it. That chars the earth instead of laying the ground for new life. Remember, folks, go to oceanofpdf.com and you can get the book called A Dawn's Early Light. That's the name of the book. But again, don't buy the book. Don't give them any of your money, in my opinion. Go to Ocean of PDF, buy their ass a cup of coffee, and then go from there. And listen to what he says. That was what happened in 2020. And it will be even worse in 2024 if nothing changes. Americans know this. That's why overwhelming numbers of them report feeling that our country is headed in the wrong direction. What they don't know, however, is what they can do about it. Slowly but surely, a deep despair and paralysis has set in. The aim of this book is to confront our present situation, to inspire the new conservative movement, to rekindle the fire of the American tradition, and to empower real Americans to take back our country. What the fuck is a real American? Like, does a real American you're only a real American if you're conservative? Right? He goes on to say, This is going to be a radical book in the original Latin sense of radix, the roots. We're going to go beyond the ideological battles of our current political debate, the buzzwords and cliches and partisan sound bites, to get to the institutional root causes of America's decline. At the heart of many of America's problems is a $1 trillion conspiracy against nature. The most important cleavage in Western politics today is not liberals versus conservatives or the people versus the elite. It is the struggle between the party of creation, those who defend the God-given natural order that is capable of generating flourishing and new life if we learn to live within it, and the party of destruction, those who seek to abolish the existing order in the name of emancipation, freedom, and progress. I hope y'all picked up where this goes, where he's going with this. When he says God-given natural order, right now you should have like hair standing up on your back. Like, for real, y'all should be like, the fuck? The association of politics and conspiracy is deeply attested in history. The word conspiracy comes from the Latin conspirere, literally, quote, to breathe together. Most political conspiracies aren't cloak and dagger affairs involving intelligence agencies or secret societies. They're just the kinds of handshake deals and in-group ideas that are made by people who breathe the same air, who socialize in the same circles. In Latin, conspirere, oh wow. Okay, Philip. Well, I'm live on Facebook and YouTube, so you can always pick back up and watch there. Glad to have you, and hope to see you back. He says, so it's to breathe together. Listen to what he's saying, you guys. He said, and so they're not secret agencies. He said it's just handshake deals that are being made by people who are in the same circles. Right? In modern Europe, thinkers and revolutionaries emerged who wanted to overthrow all traditional societies in the same way they believed modern science to have overthrown the ancient understanding of the cosmos. Just as modern science had unlocked new material prosperity through technology, they believed that a new science of man would unleash social and spiritual prosperity, a heaven on earth. They formed networks, societies, and political organizations under many names, all offshoots of an overarching party of destruction. The party of destruction, he says, viewed the existing order of human life as prison. This part is where, listen, religion, it averred, didn't provide human beings with meaning. It entangled people in superstition. Old-fashioned craft or guild businesses didn't cultivate excellence and skill. They trapped people in traditional work. Culture, law, and strong family ties didn't provide life-giving civic life. They repressed people by forcing them into traditional villages and traditional gender roles. A lack of education trapped people in a folk mindset. Traditional institutions trapped people in hierarchy, superstitious religion, and old ways of doing things. Rather than negotiating trade-offs between different underlying traditional values, the party of destruction, which, y'all, that's the Democratic Party in case you don't know, sought the revolutionary reestablishment of all human relationships. Yep, Stephanie, this is all white Christian nationalism and white supremacy. You got it. Spot on. Ding, ding. He goes, what did it want instead? It almost can't help but sound appealing if only we can forget what it really means. So listen, he says what they want sounds appealing if we can forget what it really means. The party of destruction wants liberation, emancipation. Oh, he says what connects the liberation of liberalism, the world revolution of communism, and the critical of critical theory you know he meant to write critical race theory, y'all, is a vision in which tradition is the enemy of human potential, in which the individual must be freed from everything that stands in the way of his self-expression, whether he wishes to be freed or not, perhaps especially if he wishes to retain a traditional way of life. The party of destruction is the enemy of the existing human order, as such, the enemy of all human orders. I want to reiterate that these words are from Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation, and the foreword for this book was written by J.D. Vance. We are not in normal political times. This is not that, people. What's up, Vincent? It's important that people understand this. We are not in normal times. This new conservative movement is not thinking that, oh, well, you know, we got to work with Democrats to get things done. He literally said they are the enemy of human order. He said the Democratic Party is the enemy of all human order. He then goes on to say, at least the communists didn't mince words saying in the Communist Manifesto that, quote, communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. But none of the other factions of the Party of Destruction has made much of an attempt to conceal their program. In fact, they're proud of it. And he puts it in like an exclamation point. Now, if you want to know how Kevin Roberts at the Heritage Foundation and J.D. Vance and Russell Vought and all of the people that are supporting what's happening, if you want to know how they really feel about people, he's going to sum it up for you right now. He says, here's the most uncomfortable truth of all. The parasites that have taken over so much of our country, pant-suited girl boss advertising executives, skittle-haired they-them activists, soy-faced pajama-clad work-from-home HR apparatchiks, Adderall-addicted dog mom diversity consultants, nasally voiced Ivy League regulatory lawyers, obese George Soros funded police abolitionist district attorneys, hipster trust fund socialites are some of the least impressive people in the history of the world. The Uni Party would never have achieved what it has in this country without a great degree of rottenness, of decadence, of torpor, of complacency already afflicting us. The first enemy we must face in our crusade to take back our country is within ourselves. I believe that our best days are in front of us. There are no shortcuts or silver bullets. America's restoration is a task that will require generational sacrifice and toil. Generational, y'all. The seeds of its renewal, however, are numerous, and many are already in the ground, he says. To see them sprout and watch them grow, we need only to strike the match and burn away the dead wood. Folks, there are no quiet parts anymore. There are no quiet parts. There's no such thing anymore as saying the quiet part out loud. They are yelling this shit from the rooftops. They are printing it in reports and in books. And this is what you need to know. And you need to understand that the vice president of the United States of America has said yes. He said yes. Whatever it cost JD Vance, he said yes. Not only was he willing to embrace Trump, he was willing to become Catholic. Yo, his wife is Indian. And he laughed when he said she didn't sign up for this. Because now we got to go. I have her in mass every Sunday with her 3 kids. And she didn't want this. Yeah, so JD Vance becoming the president of the United States is not a good thing, folks. While he doesn't have the appeal to so many people, he's actually smarter than Trump to understand exactly what's at stake. Yeah, he always calls them her kids. Oh, no, he is worse than Trump. Dag. He is. Paula, no, he's not what? Y'all, do you understand? We have an issue where our allies are, hey, Sharon, don't do that. So one of the things that I don't do, you guys, I don't do allegations and be rude and all of that. So like sounds good, Carla. I have seen zero evidence that JD Vance is abusive to his wife. So do not say in the comments that he is. We're not going to do that. Y'all, there is enough true bad shit that I don't need to speculate about anything else. There is enough stuff that is true, that is horrible, that I don't need to speculate about anything else. Okay? And I know that people think, well, I know you're not, but I'm just pointing it out. We have a tendency to do those things. And it just happens sometimes, Sharon. Listen, y'all. I see this so much on social media where people just give their opinions about something. And it's about something that usually it's not even relevant to us, and it's not helpful. Like, we got to stay focused on what we've actually got going on. Like, real talk. So I know some of you have said I cut people off to preserve my peace. Here's what I would say. And I'm going to sound really however I sound, but okay, it is what it is. I got you. Thanks, Sandy. So, okay, let me see how I want to do this, folks. Let me see how I want to say this. Trump's not following whatever's popular for his base pope. Trump is following whatever the folks behind him, aka Russell Vought, tells him to do. He just is not smart enough to know exactly what that means and why it's happening. Y'all listen, Roger Stone was talking about Donald Trump, and here's what he said. He said, it's exhausting handling him, but it's effective. He said, so you just do things like this. He said, you just say something like, hey, remember the time you said this thing and the crowd went wild and they just loved it? And Trump goes, yeah. Oh, I think I'll say that again. And Roger Stone goes, but I mean, he's never said it at all. But if you just tell him that he did and the people loved it, he'll repeat that shit, even though he never said it. Roger Stone talked about handling him in that way. Jeffrey Epstein said, hey, y'all need help? Y'all need help figuring out how to handle him? Give me a call. I know how to manipulate him. I know how to get him to do whatever. He's just not that bright, y'all. He's just not an intelligent person. What he is smart enough to do, though, is put people around him that are smart. That's it. And he picked up the basics, right? And then once he gets what he needs to learn from you, then he's done. Listen, so yeah, 2D, I know. So Stephanie, I have not looked into Sasha Riley, and here's why. Okay. I've heard all about it. I listened to somebody talk a lot about it yesterday. Was it yesterday? I believe. And they read the entire allegations. Here's the reason why I haven't. I am just at this place, you all. Sasha Riley has made allegations about Trump via Epstein and all this stuff. Here's my thing. Let me just say this, you all. I am not going to speak to the validity of those allegations at all. And one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to do that is because I don't have the other corroborating things that go with it. It is not something that is like all the other survivors. Like, there's not similarities. There's not, you know what I'm saying? And it's not for me to do. On top of that, let me say this. On top of that, I'll add this. I don't need a new allegation. I don't need the files to tell me if Donald Trump is someone who engages in SA. I don't need those things because he's told me that he does that. He's told me that he does that. I already know. I don't need one more name to add to the dozens that are already out there. I already know. And so, like, yeah, it was proven in court, but he also told me, like, to me, that's even more important than it being proven in court, is you opened your mouth and told me what you do. You told me that you do. So I'm going to believe you. Got you. Shit, not only did you tell me, but dozens of women and girls said you do it. So, okay, you said it, they said it, I believe it. I don't need a dead dude's files to tell me that about you. What I'm more interested from those files is the connection of the powerful people and the money that made it possible. You understand? What I believe is incredibly important about the files are the people in positions of power and the money and the structure. Right, Stephanie, the system that made it possible. That's what I think is important. Everyone is so focused on Donald Trump. Listen, no matter what happens, right, he's not going to be the president for a really long time. Whether it's because his term is up, whether it's because he's impeached and removed, or whether he dies, whatever happens, he is not going to be the president for a very long time. So he is not my focus. What is my focus is the infrastructure. What is my focus is the cabinet. What is my focus? Hey, facts people, welcome. Good to see you guys. Right? So those are the things that are the focus. Love you to see facts people coming in here. Because that's where I believe we can actually get something done, right? So when we talk about the 70 Democrats that joined with Representative, what's her name? Keller? Hold on. I got it pulled up. to file the articles of impeachment. Hold on. I'm trying to see which one. What's up, facts people? Listen. Yeah, Kelly, I think is her name. I got it pulled up right here. So, yeah. So when we look at Representative Kelly and the other 70 Democrats that that have signed on to support the articles of impeachment, I'm down for that, right? Do you all know that there are articles of impeachment that haven't been filed, but that were formed against Pete Hegseth back in December? Did you all know that? What's up, facts people? Glad to see you. Thanks for joining. Yep. They can't get co-sponsors to sign on. They can't get co-sponsors to sign on. So Hiba, each of them has to be done individually. No, I'm not kidding. And he's not the only one either. So in addition to Hegseth, there's articles of impeachment for, I want to say RFK, but definitely for Hegseth. Yeah, no, hers already know. Hold on. No, the co-sponsor does not have to be from another party. It would be stronger if it was, Daniela. It would be stronger if it was, but no. So, okay. So what you're looking for when you're co-sponsoring bills, you're looking for someone to kind of join on with you. Normally you want some of your other members of your party, or it would be great to have a senator and a member of the House. Like all of those things. Chris, that's a good answer for the Democrats. So this is a question. You want a question to go ask your Democratic representative? Ask your Democratic representative, A, have they signed on to the impeachment against Noam? And why haven't they signed on to the impeachment against Hegseth? Why haven't they signed on to an impeachment for Tulsi Gabbard when she set her ass in front of Congress and lied? Which she did. These are things that can be done. So, like, this is one of the frustrations that I have with the Democratic Party when they say, oh, well, there's nothing that can be done because we don't have the majority. But that's not true. There are things that you can do. Salam Maram, Habibti. There are things. But you have to be holding them accountable. I am tired of seeing the Democratic Party deflect, and they just want to blame it all on we're not the majority in power and woe is us, Trump's in charge. That's not acceptable, because there are things that can be done, especially if you're not married to whether or not, oh, I have to stay in my seat. Can you be married to public leadership and doing the right thing for the people? Because that's what you're supposed to be doing. Like, that's what it boils down to. What are Dems afraid of? Many of them not being reelected. Many of them, just like Republicans, are scared of not being reelected. This is why I think the Democratic Party would be so smart to make ads celebrating all of the members of Congress from the GOP that join them to extend the tax subsidies. Man, listen, that should be an ad. with all of their faces, all of their names, congratulating them. I would be showing those GOP folks, those GOP House representatives, and I would be doing an ad that shows how many people in their state, in their district, who can now keep their health insurance if it passes the Senate. Because what am I doing there? I'm doing two things. Number one, I'm patting them on the back and saying, welcome to the party. Great job. Maybe you'll do it more often. Number two, I'm telling your people you came to this side and that it was a good thing because you did it for them. So maybe your people will want you to keep doing that for them. And I'm applying pressure to the Senate side of things for them to do the same. Like, it just makes sense. What do I think of Cory Booker's new ICE legislation? I haven't read it, and to be honest, I'm not a Cory Booker fan. And it's not that he can't do something good while he does other shitty things. What I see from Cory is that a lot of times he does things that are performative that don't actually do anything. So let's see what he has to say. Hold on. Let's see. Well, shit, Cory.
To clear spot. We must do more. The tragic death of Renee Good has brought into clear spotlight so many of the things that...
I want to be clear. The tragic death of Renee Good has brought into clear spotlight the media and the country's obsession with white women over Black and brown women. I just want to be clear about that. I'm going to keep saying it. Every time this comes up, I am not going to let you all forget that there are over 30 other people that have died in ISIS custody in the last year. Last year was their deadliest year, right? And this is not the first person to be pew-pewed at by ICE. We just had a Hispanic woman be pew-pewed by ICE 4 or 5 months ago in a moving car. She was in a car, and the ICE agent got out the car and said, do something, bitch, before he fired off 7 rounds that hit her 5 times. So I just want to be clear. This is what the media does. Not only do y'all know her name, y'all know her first, middle, and last name. Can someone tell me the name of the Hispanic woman that was pew-pewed several months ago that got hit 5 times? What's her name? What's her whole last name? How many times did y'all see it in the news? In mainstream media, at that. How many TikTok panels did y'all see talking about it? How many TikTok panels did you see with her with her face up there? Or the Hispanic dude that was with her? Why isn't anybody talking about the fact that her attorney stood in the court and said, Your Honor, I'm ready to play the body cam footage right now? He didn't say it like that because I'm from Tennessee, but he was in Chicago. So if you all actually want to look it up, right, and she's an American citizen too. If you all want to look it up, it is an actual documented issue that we have in this country. It is called missing white woman syndrome. Did y'all know that? It's a thing. Right, Kat Miramar Marinez. So it's called Missing White Woman Syndrome, and it talks about the disparities of Black and brown women that go missing in this country or aren't allowed in this country, and the number of times that they don't make it into the news cycle. And if they do make it into the news cycle, they only make it into one news cycle. Do you know the key to finding missing people? It's not only getting them into the news cycle, but it is keeping them in the news cycle day after day after day after day. That's a key. And it doesn't happen in this country. So Heal. So MMIW, we cover that here in my space. I've done lives on it as well. And there's a whole resource. Y'all, there's a whole resource in my link tree on missing and murdered Indigenous women. There's a whole section in my link tree. The reason people are paying attention is because, like, well, damn, if they willing to unalive one of their own, I keep telling y'all, you are not one of their own if you advocate for Black and brown lives. You are not one of their own. And besides that, not only was she appearing to be liberal, but damn if she wasn't gay. She was a lesbian. That already makes her not one of them. According to Kevin Roberts, she's part of the problem. Doesn't matter that she's just white. This is why it is so important for us to understand the points of intersectionality. I didn't even make it through Corey's little 1-minute speech, did I? Hold on, here we go.
Do more. The tragic death of Renee Good has brought into clear spotlight so many of the things the Trump administration is doing to make our communities less safe. But one of the most alarming crises are issues of training and accountability standards for ICE officers. The Trump administration has cut the training down from 5 months to about a month and a half. They have eliminated age requirements and are hiring recruits as young as 8.
Now, let me ask you something. Why is Corey just now talking about this? Because they cut the training back in fucking September, August or September. They cut the training 5 months ago, Corey. Why are you talking about the training today? I mean, it's great that you're talking about it, but why today? They cut the training back in, what was it, August, y'all?
18 years old. They're putting people into training before their background checks are even complete. And so when you see people cut corners, people die. I'm continuing to lead new legislation that will bring further high professional standards and accountability to ICE officials. We must also set minimum training standards. We must ban the hiring of anyone affiliated with hate groups. We must hold agency leaders accountable. We must require every federal officer to wear a body-worn camera during public-facing enforcement actions and require that footage be preserved so that the truth can't be hidden or destroyed. What Donald Trump is doing is undercutting the
So I hate this again, what Donald Trump is doing. No, can we say it correctly? Can we say what the entire administration is doing and what Kristi Noem, as the head of the Department of Homeland Security, is perpetuating? Can we say that? Because I can promise y'all, it is not Donald Trump sitting in no fucking meeting telling people what to do in Minneapolis. He's probably asleep. That is not who is telling you. You better talk about Stephen Miller. You better talk about Kristi Noem. You better talk about, what's his name, Bovino. Go talk about those people. Stop saying Trump. Did you not learn to stop talking about Trump after we lost in 2024? What the fuck? The Democratic Party better learn to stop talking about Donald Trump. and start talking about the actual administration. Listen, let me tell y'all something. If that man were to be sick and unalive today, the shit they are doing right now would still fucking continue and probably get worse. Stop acting like, oh, Donald Trump is the problem. That joker is asleep. Do you know who Donald Trump is a problem for, y'all? Real talk. Donald Trump is a problem for the GOP. Donald Trump is a problem for them. That ninja sat on TV the other day and read a private note handed to him by the Secretary of State out to everybody in the damn room. You know Marco Rubio wanted to kick his ass under the chair. You know he did. He looked at him like, are you fucking for real right now, bro? Like you ain't never passed a note in school? What are you doing? Donald Trump is a problem for the GOP. They got to figure out how to navigate him for the midterms. He's the loose cannon, y'all. The only reason they need him right now is because of the position he's in, and he can sign off on things, and he will sign off on things. And there are some people that don't want to sign off on those things because they want to be president next. Right, JD Vance? They don't want JD Vance to be the president yet for two reasons. Number one, there are some really shitty things that they want pushed through, and they do not want JD Vance to be the person responsible for them, because then it's very likely he will not be elected in the next term. Number two, if JD Vance becomes the president now, he cannot serve 2 more terms. They want Vance for 10 years, y'all. They want JD Vance for 10 years. Trucker, what's incorrect? Come tell me. Tell me what I said that's incorrect. Yes, Stephanie, I do. Trucker, I invited you to come join the panel. Where are you? No, Donald Trump didn't choose JD Vance. Trucker, where are you? Come to the panel and tell me what I'm wrong about. I'm ready. Let's have the conversation. Yeah, the Heritage Foundation chose JD Vance and Peter Thiel. They all have, they have their points of intersection too. They all have their own agendas. Exactly. If something happens to Donald Trump now, right? Vance he can't serve 2 more terms. I do not know if Kamala Harris will run for president again. I don't know. And I don't really have an opinion as to whether she should or whether she shouldn't. Yeah. So as long as he serves less than half of, be nice, Jay Nice. As long as he serves less than half of a term, because of something happening to Trump, then he could still be elected for 2 terms. Lori B, he's an older gentleman that just typed what he typed. Yeah, fuck Hakeem Jeffries. I have zero. Listen to me. I'm gonna say this with my whole ass chest. Fuck Hakeem Jeffries being the vice president. Yes, Stephanie, I do. People were like, what? Yeah, no, I mean that. JD Vance would be the next president if Donald Trump is impeached and removed. And I'm going to tell you, like, so listen, y'all can say what you want to say. People that I want in office, regardless of party, I don't, Sandy, I don't. So let me tell y'all this, okay? People that I want in positions of power are people that are effective. Not people that are entertaining, not people that I think are fantastic, that look like me, that whatever. I want people that will get the job done. I want people that are effective. And for me, part of what that means is I need people that are not divisive. I want people that are not divisive. Tyler, get your goddamn ass on out of here. We don't do that in here. Talking about I'm paying 5 people $5,000 for if they just message me, God did. You know you a lie. You know you a lie. The reason why I care is because, well, let me be clear, college grad with a dad. He said the right is very divisive. Why do I care? Because the right can be divisive. They're in fucking power. The right can be divisive. They have the power. We do not. And division is not helping us get there. There are between 80 and 90 million registered voters that chose not to even fucking participate in the presidential election in 2024. Those people don't even want to get in the game anymore. We can't get those people to vote by being divisive. People are sick and tired of the division. Do y'all know how desperate people are for peace and for kindness? People came out in the rain and in the cold and waited hours for the possibility of seeing venerable monks walk by them. Maybe take a flower. Maybe give a flower. People are so desperate for kindness and compassion and goodness. They are driving hours, walking miles just to be in the midst of it. If we continue with more division, we will continue to all lose. And that does not mean not being divisive doesn't mean not holding people accountable. Let me be very clear. I can hold you accountable. And if I'm holding you accountable, you feel that's divisive, well then fucking A, just be uncomfortable in it. That's fine. But the reality is that what I mean about not being divisive, well, you can disagree. You can disagree if you want to. I would ask you, what do you base your opinion on? Because I know what I base my opinion on. I have conversations every day, regularly, where I move people across the needle. People who don't think like me, people who don't look like me, people who live differently, people who pray different than I do. And I have And I have lots of success moving those people along. So my opinion isn't just based on, Stephanie said me. Yep, Stephanie's one of them. So my opinion is based on evidence of what I know works and what I know doesn't, because they were divisive as shit in 2024, and how'd that work out for us? It didn't. It didn't. Good morning, Sandra. Well, Dag, that's your opinion. I've had it work with men. Whether it's Sean, whether it's Felix. Heather, the DNC don't want no part of me. I mean, listen, if the DNC wants me to consult, I'm happy to help. But, you know, I don't know if that's a thing. So, yeah, I do. I make the DNC uncomfortable. That's true. Blue Honey Pot said, send them a letter. I did. What about a crooked Supreme Court? What about it, Anne? What about it? Yeah. So, things that I hope has happened. I hope that in addition to the 70 Democrats that signed on to impeaching Kristi Noem, my hope is that they have been doing work with members of the GOP side of the House in order to make that come to fruition. And I think it needs to be done with, and I mean, I'm not going to be involved in the conversations, but I'm just saying. Expanding the court is more difficult than what people think it is. It's more difficult than what people think it is. And let me see. Congress introduced a bill in 2023 to do that. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that, bro. Sorry. You just saw me go click. Not doing that, bro. Give me a second. Yeah, May 16th, 2023, a group of U.S. House, Senate, and House Democrats reintroduced the Judiciary Act of 2023. It was a bill that would add 4 seats to the Supreme Court that would take them from 9 to 13th. Yep. It didn't work. Like, can I get water? Can somebody give me a break just quickly while I go get water? Who do I got in here that normally gives little whatever I'm talking about? I'm not reading names. Who said, okay, let me get, well, damn. All right. If TikTok will stop moving y'all around. Okay, never mind. Okay, I'm getting water. I'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, Danikins, Trolls, and everyone else. How you doing? Okay, let's do our normal stuff. Keep tapping the screen. It looks like we're at 324. We should get to 400K pretty quickly. We have over 400 people in the room, so please keep tapping. Hi, y'all. Also, make sure you go do your daily heart me. It's up next to Danny's name. And then also go back and collect your points because that's important so you can level up in her chat. And all of this stuff keeps her live pushed out and helps the algorithm. Also, if you haven't already, please check out her link forest, link tree. She has a plethora of information that everybody can use. And yeah, I always forget what I'm supposed to be saying. Okay, also be respectful. No slurs, no comment spamming, and no all caps. That is reserved for moderators and our vision impaired folks, and we appreciate your respect.
Thank you very, very much.
Also, Danny, real quick, I went back and watched my little part on that live. I just cracked up.
Girl, I can't with you. Hey, Raja. I said, what? Really? You're doing the most right now. You're doing the most, but it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. So I appreciate everybody that is here. If you are new, I love the fact that you are new. If you are new, for real, make sure that you click and subscribe and follow wherever you are at. You used the Cato Institute info the other day. Whoop, whoop. Got a little link up. I love that. So for those of you who do not know, the Cato Institute gave us some great information. And I put the link in my link tree for people able to send out for folks. So it's really important, folks, that if you've never been into my link tree, they call it a link forest. The reason they call it a link forest is because there is a ton of information in there. I started that link tree about a year and a half ago. And whether you're looking for information on immigration for Jeffrey, for Matt Gates, whether it is for all the other policies and all the things, literally, I don't know of a subject that you could bring up that probably isn't in there. Link jungles, all the things. Yes. If you became a super fan on TikTok, I appreciate you for doing so because I know that TikTok raised the prices of subscriptions. I no longer get to set them like I used to do here on TikTok. But you can also, once you do that, you can go to the Discord and get verified and get into the Discord. If you are not a subscriber, I have two sides to Discord. So I have a regular side for everybody, and then there's also a subscribers only side of Discord. We're active in there all the time. So I highly recommend jumping into the Discord. If you want to attend my next free workshop, it is a week from today. The link is in my link tree. I do not charge for workshops. They are free. I do them out of the goodness of my heart. They are limited to the first 100 people that register. And after that, it closes. This one is Effective Conversations, Hard Topics. And so it's where I'm literally outlining for folks kind of, proven methods and ways to be able to have conversations with people who maybe think differently than you, have different core values, and you're discussing really hard topics, right? So that's what this particular one is about. And let me look really quickly because first I put the link into the Discord for subscribers first. And then I put the link in for everybody else. And let me take a look and see what we got right now. There are 81 spots left. So 19 people have registered. I put it in late last night. Once it hits 100, it's closing. So if you want to be in there, now's your chance. Go to my link tree. The link is there. And you can register to attend and you will be emailed the link. Okay. That's the way that it works. Okay. I just wanted to check and see how many people were still in there. Around the articles of impeachment for Kristi Noem. It's a week from today, Dag. It's a week from today, I believe 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when it is. On Monday, here's the other big thing. There is a documentary that a film crew did with Roger Stone. They were with him for 3 years, from 2018 to 2021. All the way through January 6th and Trump's first day in office was their last day of filming. Several clips from that film were used in the January 6th hearings to demonstrate what took place, but it does not have streaming rights in this country. You can watch it if you live somewhere else, right? But not here, unless you have a VPN or if you purchased it. There was a small window of time during the January 6th hearings where Christoph, the guy who is the filmmaker, he reached a deal with Vimeo and he made it available for sale on Vimeo for $14.99. I had signed up on his email list, and so I received an email when it was available. So I purchased it, and I'm glad that I did, because literally within a couple of days, they took it down and you can no longer purchase it. So, yeah, so if you just go, Dag, to my profile, like my regular TikTok profile, my link tree is in there. You just click the link tree link, and when you get there, you'll see it. It'll say workshop, and click that, and then just sign up for the workshop. Same thing for the documentary, folks. Now, I am using my Google Workspace for a little watch party. If you are interested in seeing the documentary, you need to go to my link tree, okay? And you need to register. I upgraded my Google Workspace specifically for this, and I can hold up to 1,000 people. If you are not registered, you will not get the link to watch. The link will go out the day of the documentary, that afternoon. And if you're not there, you won't get it. It's just that simple. Normally, every documentary or every movie viewing that we do is for subscribers only. I opened this one up for everybody because, you know, I'm nice like that. Patsy, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So far, 254 people have registered. If you don't register, you will not get a link. Okay? So, just to be clear, whether that's for the documentary or whether that is for the workshop. And yes, Cam has done a fantastic, incredible, phenomenal job of putting all of these things. So whenever there are events, Cam sets them up in Discord in a calendar section. So you always know. Okay. So just throwing that out there for everybody. Let me make sure. Well, I don't know what I just did. I didn't mean to do it. There we go. Give me 1 second. Oh, that's what I did. Cam, did you fill out yeah, you did. I might be lying. Okay, you did. Never mind. You filled it out. Okay. All right. So just to recap what we've covered so far today, it is a reminder that today is Dr. King's birthday. He would have been 97 years old if he were alive today. It is a reminder that when he was alive and well, the United States of America could not stand him. The government could not stand him. Can you go back and view it once you signed up? The documentary? No, because you won't have access to it, Tiffany. It literally, I own it. And so I'm gonna play it for people that join me. Like we'll have a viewing party, but no, you won't be able to view it after that. And you're also, if you register, you're signing something that says you agree not to record it at all, because that's piracy and your girl's not down with that. Oh, I don't have to tell you not to record. When you register, there's this whole thing that says you agree not to record in part or in full any part of that documentary. And anybody that does, like, it's your ass, not mine, because your girl covered her bases. Okay. Okay. The documentary is on Monday the 19th. The workshop is on Thursday the 22nd. That's when they are. Okay. I need to look really quickly at, I have Kathy. Okay, I have Eric next week. Do I have, is Kathy Hamilton still, Kathy, are you in here? Let me know if you are. Appreciate you, Witch. All right, so listen, as I move on through very quickly, I'm going to touch on the rest of what is here. So for the people that were asking me about the venerable monks, they left Charlotte and are headed up to the Concord Way. I was able to travel. I drove 2 nights ago to get to Catawba Baptist Church where they were. And then I was able to drive yesterday and travel. I kept my grandbabies out of school, let them make signs literally, and drove so that we could be along their route and get the opportunity to see them. What's amazing about that is that not only did we get to do that, but one of the monks actually even blessed both my granddaughters and gave them flowers. It was incredible. I put the video up so that people can see it. That is why I was not live yesterday, because I was traveling, doing all the things, got back, not available. So it's cool. I'm actually glad that I didn't, because I don't want people to mess up my little energy and my mojo. So witch and wolfhounds. Here's what I would say to you is that no, that's not actually accurate. And the second thing that I would say is, in this space, I remind people all the time to not speak shit they don't want to happen. I just believe in being responsible for the words that come out of your mouth. So if all you keep doing is saying and speaking the very negative things that you don't want to happen, don't be surprised if and when those things happen. I don't speak what I don't want to occur. There's a live map, Yari. They have an overview map, and there's a live map that shows you where they're going to be. It's pinned at the top of their Facebook in the very first box. If you click it, there's a link. It takes you to a site, and there's a live and an overview map. Hella, Raja. Okay. Just so everybody knows. So I want to real quickly go through the rest of the things that are on this image. Okay. So articles of impeachment. My hope is that the Democrats have been working both sides of Congress with fact-based evidence to get Republicans on board in order to impeach Kristi Noem. That's a significant hope, because if not, it appears to be a waste of time, a waste of energy, a waste of whatever, right? What I will tell you is what the articles of impeachment say. So, let me get out of that. This is what happens when you have way too many damn things up. Why is this open? That's why this thing is spinning so damn hard. Okay. No, you cannot. Okay, let me get out of this. Hold on, I'm trying to get to where I need to be real quick, y'all. All right, here we go. So, where is the whole thing, please? So I hope you all know too that Kristi Noem said that this was silly. She literally called this impeachment effort silly, which to me, anybody that is over the Department of Homeland Security that is referring to Congress wanting to impeach her as silly, like literally just not not doing the right thing. So where is, can I have, all right, so here are the things. It says Secretary Kristi Noem is an incompetent leader, a disgrace to our democracy, and I'm impeaching her for obstruction of justice, violation of public trust, and self-dealing. Secretary Noem wreaked havoc in the Chicagoland area, and now her rogue ICE agents have unleashed that same destruction in Minneapolis, fatally shooting Renee Nicole Good. From Chicago to Charlotte to Los Angeles to Minneapolis, Secretary Noem is violating the Constitution while ruining and ending lives and separating families. It's one thing to be incompetent and dangerous, but it's impeachable to break the rule of law. I told my constituents and Chicagoans that I would fight against Secretary Noem's agenda. This is me fighting back. It says, I want to actually read the entire thing. So give me 1 second. Where is the whole? Yeah. So RF Kennedy's articles of impeachment has only gained 1 co-sponsor, and the impeachment for Hegseth has gained 0 co-sponsors. I just want to be clear. So when you talk to your damn Democratic representatives, right? No answers for you. I haven't. I just want to be very clear that your Democratic representatives could 100% be jumping on the articles of impeachment for RFK and for Pete Hegseth, and they have not. But you might want to know. So last year in 2025, they did Hegseth's, and it was early December. And then they also did RFK, right? Hers represents maybe roughly a third of the Democratic Party that has joined onto it. I want the whole damn document. I hate it when they don't put the whole document. There it is. All right, so here it goes. Resolution. Impeaching Kristi Lynn Arnold Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Resolved that Kristi Lynn Arnold Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited in the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the House of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Kristi Lynn Arnold Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against her for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, obstruction of Congress. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives, quote, shall have the sole power of impeachment, end quote, and that civil officers of the United States, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, quote, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, end quote. In her conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Leonard Arnold Noem, in violation of her oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and to well and faithfully discharge the duties of her office, has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the law in that, 1, Kristi Lynn Arnold Noem willfully violated public law number 118-47, which states no funds appropriated to Department of Homeland Security, quote, may be used to prevent, unquote, quote unquote, a member of Congress, quote unquote, from entering for the purpose of conducting oversight any facility operated by or for the Department of Homeland Security used to detain or otherwise house aliens, end quote. And to comply with Section 527 of the fiscal year 2024 Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act, as incorporated in Public Law number 118-47, which specifically provides that it may not be, quote, construed to require a member of Congress to provide prior notice of the intent to enter a Department of Homeland Security facility, end quote, used to detain or otherwise house non-citizens, quote unquote, for the purpose of conducting oversight. She does, Chris. You all need to check the accounts that you are following that say me, because some of you all are following 2 other fake accounts that are not me. They're using my videos, putting them on their platforms, but they are not me. So be diligent and double check and make sure you are not following fake ass accounts. Okay? Yep, you're welcome, Chris. All right. 2, without any congressional revision to the text of Section 527, Christy Lynn Arnold Nome implemented a scheme on May 13th, 2025 to require notice, quote, a minimum of 7 calendar days in advance to schedule visits to Department of Homeland Security detention facilities, end quote, absent authorization by the Secretary. In an attempt to hide Department of Homeland Security activities, members of Congress continue to be refused entry to Department of Homeland Security facilities in incidents such as, and then she outlines them, July 8th and 9th, right? July 20th, and she tells you who the representatives were and what facility they were trying to get in to inspect, and that they were turned away. So I just want to tell you the dates so that you guys can be with me here. July 8th through 9th, July 20th, July 7th, June 17th, July 21st. Why does it irritate my soul that they're not in calendar order? I don't know, but it does. Ignore me though, because it's not really relevant, but it literally does irritate my soul that they are not in chronological order. Sorry. And then August 30th. Point 3, Christy Lynn Arnold Nomes willfully violated the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, where under her supervision, the Federal Emergency Management Agency withheld funds obligated by Congress. According to the Government Accountability Office report, which, by the way, if you all are not familiar with the Government Accountability Office, get familiar with it. Their reports are astounding and incredible, and give you a lot of insight to shit that either has been done or is trying to be done by different agencies within the administration. So FEMA withheld funding for the Emergency Food and Shelter Program and the Shelter and Services Program in violation of the Impoundment Control Act. When the Government Accountability Office contacted Secretary Nome, her team refused to provide additional information on the funds withheld. Article 2, violation of public trust. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives, quote, shall have the sole power of impeachment. I'm not reading that part again, blah, 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 blah. And it says, Christy Lynn Arnold Nome has repeatedly violated the Immigration and Nationality Act, the First and Fourth Amendments of the United States Constitution, and due process rights of American citizens by directing Immigration and Customs Enforcement to make widespread warrantless arrests, forego due process, and use violence against United States citizens, lawful residents, and other individuals. Christy Lynn Arnold Nome engaged in this conduct by the following means. And then A, in October 2025, a United States District Court judge from the Northern District of Illinois found that the Immigration and Customs Enforcement had arrested 22 individuals without a warrant in violation of the Castanon Nova Settlement Agreement in early 2025. In September, oh my God, we're going backwards again. In September 2025, ICE raided 7500 South Shore Drive in Chicago, claiming that the building was occupied by members of the transnational crime organization. Y'all know, Venezuelans. Anyway, during the warrantless raids, federal agents used military-style tactics to raid apartments, dragging U.S. citizens, military veterans, and seniors out of their apartments in zip ties and detaining residents. Several U.S. citizens were detained for hours. After the raid, residents returned to damaged apartments and stolen items. On October 22nd, 2025, ICE agents used tear gas on children having a Halloween parade in Chicago. I'm going to read that again. On October 22nd, 2025, ICE agents used tear gas on children having a Halloween party in Chicago, violating order number 25C12173, issued by U.S. District Court Judge Sarah Ellis, restricting ICE and Customs and Border Patrol protection agents from using non-lethal munitions without warning or justifications. Another violation of U.S. District Judge Ellis's order came on October the 14th, 2025. ICE and CBP agents used tear gas on a peaceful crowd. The crowd had formed after a federal agent crashed into a vehicle. After Chicago police arrived on the scene, responding to reports of a car accident, ICE agents deployed tear gas on residential streets and near a grocery store. This exposed police officers, elderly adults, and children as young as 1 to harmful gases. D. Masked and militarized patrols of federal agents have taken to the streets of Chicago as part of Operation Midway Blitz in a systemic violation of rights at the direction of Christy Lynn Arnold Nome. These agents used excessive force, including shooting an unarmed United States citizen in Chicago who was part of a convoy of civilian vehicles following federal agents. According to body camera footage, an agent driving next to the vehicle was yelling obscenities and struck the victim's car, proceeding to fire 5 shots at the unarmed driver. We just talked about her, right? I'm kind of ticked that her name's not in here, though, but whatever, man. The Department of Homeland Security, under Christy Lynn Arnold Nome, falsely accused the victims of aggressively driving into the federal agents despite video evidence. Now, right here in this, what we should be saying, what I wish we were saying in here was the names of the people that were pew-pewed. I wish that we were saying that officer, according to that same video evidence, got out his car, pulled out his weapon, and said, "Do something, bitch," before he shot at her 7 times. To me, those things should be relevant. Because Minnesota has a significantly high population of Somalis, and listen, they are behind on their numbers for immigrants. So they are looking at cities and populations that have high numbers of immigrants that they can target. And Minnesota is one of them. Minneapolis is one of them. 90% of Somalis are there. But no, 90% of the Somalis that are there are citizens, though. Yeah, I just reposted a video of some Native Americans who were detained by ICE. Literally one of them the day before the Renee Good pew-pewing. Where did I get what information? The information about the officer saying, "Do something, bitch," or the information that 90% of the Somali population in Minneapolis are citizens. Yes, Miramar, correct. What's up, Harold? Where did I get what information? Yeah, well, I mean, Guy, feel free to join the panel and tell me what I lied about. Be specific. Because based on the numbers, it's publicly available data. The numbers that they said that they were going to detain and deport, we're nowhere near those numbers. Carla K, please stop putting a link in my comments. Okay, I guess he's not coming. I love big bad men that run their mouth in the comments and never find their way to the panel. I do. Y'all are really funny to me. See what a big, strong man I am? I can talk shit in the comments and not have a respectful, fact-based conversation. Ben, you're welcome to bring your ass to the chat. Come on. You can come on up here to the panel too. If you're not a troll or a bot. Cheryl. No, you want to come to the channel? Listen, y'all, listen. I know that the head wrap is triggering for some of y'all. I know it is. But head wraps don't equal immigrant. Just so you know. The same way that being male doesn't make you a man. You know, I know it's hard for some of y'all. Being able to type doesn't mean you're smart. The same way that being able to comment doesn't make you brave. Y'all want to know one of the reasons I covered my crown today? I mean, I do with ball caps a lot. So first of all, after I moved, I found all my head wraps and I was like, oh my God, I've missed these because I couldn't find them. Yeah, that's the wind outside, Mel Gray. That's the wind outside. Because that's the wind outside. Y'all keep saying, why do I hear wind? Because that's the wind outside. Yeah. Let's talk about why do I hear the wind? Because that's the wind outside. And no, my windows are not open. Yeah. Yeah. Just so everybody knows. All right. So I want to do point 3 real quick. Okay. You ready? Point 3, Article 3, self-dealing. These are Kristi Noem's articles of impeachment. Yeah. My ass ain't going nowhere today. Y'all hear that right there? My ass ain't going nowhere today. Y'all hear that wind? No, thank you. All right, so here we go. Chrissy Lynn Arnold Noem has violated 5 CFR. We are. So listen, those of you guys who are over here in the Tick of the Talk, y'all know the deal. It is river to the sea time. This is where we bring up folks that live between the river and the sea. We give whatever magic beans that we can in order to help assist them. Okay? That is what we do. Oh, I did. I was going to tell you that. So let me tell you. Okay. So somebody said, wait, you were going to tell me why you wore your head wrap today. So yeah. Besides finding them. Yeah. So Maria, I do. I used to wear them a whole lot more often. And then I moved and couldn't find them forever ago. And then I just recently found them because I moved a few months ago. But in addition to that, yesterday, I had the opportunity, like I said, to travel down to where the venerable monks were. Along their lines, along their route, right? Appreciate it, Caravan. And took my granddaughters and my grandson and all of that, right? And they made signs and we got to see them and we gave them flowers. And then one of the monks blessed both my granddaughters and gave them their flowers. And the night before, we had gone down to it was a different experience though the night before. But anyway, as they approached yesterday, without a word needing to be said, when they got within so many feet of us, all of a sudden, everybody just felt quiet. Like it just went, shoo. It was so quiet. And there was something about that peace and that energy that just was like much needed. No, it's not creepy, Maria. When you experience it, it's beautiful. Because literally it was just instant. Move, Titan. Yeah, it just felt very quiet. No one needed to say anything. Yeah. So the spiritual leader of the monks actually approached my oldest granddaughter, Bella, first. And I think it's because he saw her first, because Mila was on this side of me and Bella was on this side of me. And he walked over and took her flower. And then that's when he noticed Mila. And he said, "Get closer, baby." Because she wasn't close enough to for them to get their flowers. And it was just the get closer, baby, right? That he took the time to kind of look out for her. So she did. She stepped up a little bit. And so we were holding out our flowers, and they were taking, some of them would take flowers, some of them would not. And so they took flowers from my grandson and from all of us, right? And then, Sandy says she could hear my emotions 100%. And then a monk came and he saw Mila first, and he handed Mila a flower. And in the video, you can literally hear me gasp. One of the reasons you can hear me gasp is because I had just seen a video of one of the monks talking about when they choose to bless people. And oftentimes it might be people that you see in wheelchairs, or elderly or whatever. But it's just something that they do, right? And it was, Jim, it was. And he talked about it's just a knowing that they have. And he says, whether it's tying on a bracelet or whether it's giving them a flower, they will do that. And for me, it is not for me about Buddhism or being religious at all. For me, it's about their entire message is peace and compassion. I don't watch Donald Trump when he's on TV, Nicole, but thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I don't watch him. And listening to them talk, so at the church, he said, "That's okay. I'm sure that something is happening. I'll hear about it shortly. I just don't watch him. Listen, I protect my peace. I protect my peace, y'all." So anyway, so the night before, this is one of the things that they shared with us. They said it's a new year, right? And he said, so when it's a new year, and it's a new way of being, he had us take our left hand and put it over our heart and kind of breathe in and breathe out. And then he had us take the right hand. But what he was talking about, a new year means not bringing things from the old year into the new year, into the new space. And he talked about it's a time of forgiveness. And he said, and that starts with forgiving oneself. And so that was the first practice that he led everybody through. But it was just very, if you don't know any folks that are Buddhist, it's amazing. If I ever were going to practice an organized religion again, yeah, I'd probably be Buddhist, but I'm not. And not everybody that's Buddhist is a monk, like, just so everybody knows. Like, just saying. Yeah. So I wore my wrap today because I want to hold on to that peace and that mindset and that energy. And our mind is busy. Our brain is so busy. And you know, it's something that's done in a lot of different cultures and a lot of different practices where we talk about protecting your crown. It's almost like literally wrapping it up and protecting everything else from getting into your headspace. And I knew, for example, today people were going to be talking about Trump talking about the Insurrection Act, and I knew people were going to be talking about all of these different things, right? And so for me, this is one of the things that I do, and even when I'm at home and not live, if I don't have a head wrap on, I might have a bandana on, I might have a ball cap on, but I usually have something. But it just helps quiet my head and keep everybody else out. Okay. So let me real quick while I go through these two things, let me say this. So what's up, old school? So let me say this to you guys. On this side of the world, I'm going to open up the panel for the folks that are between the river and the sea for you guys to give magic beans. This is the time where you really do have to protect the live, or it's beneficial, because TikTok will you'll see numbers drop and all that kinds of stuff. Okay, so I'm going to try to balance it out. If we could type in the comments though for like everybody on the panel to just stay muted, that would be helpful. So that things stay balanced. Because I need them to be balanced.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, Mohammed.
Salam Dani, كيف السلام استاذ؟
Alhamdulillah, كيف حالك؟ Alhamdulillah, كيف حالك؟ He's got a bad internet today. So yeah, there are reconnaissance boots.
Alhamdulillah. Wallah, miss you, Danny.
Yeah, missed you. So it's every other box. If you guys see, every other box are our friends that are between the river and the sea. This box right here is for a member of the Palestinian press who just had twins. And so magic beans are very helpful for him. This box right here is a mom whose husband was martyred. She has, I believe, 4 babies. And then this box right here is another friend that lives between the river and the sea who was actually hit with a drone in a tent, has a significant head injury, and requires medical attention and medications. So those are the backstories for the 3 boxes that are currently up there. We would love for them to hit at least the 2K mark, if not more, right? So that's what we would like to do. So, yep, every other box, you got it. So I'm not sure why somebody keeps popping in here and typing in Justine Diamond's name. I'm not sure why you're doing that or what the relevance is. Her court case, I mean, the officer who was convicted in her court case, it was overturned in 2021. So I'm not sure how that's relevant, like right now in the moment. And maybe it's not. But I saw you come in here like more than twice and do that. Yeah. All right. So next, moving on, Greenland. Here are my thoughts. My thoughts around Greenland are very simple. Okay. What we know is that Greenland has said that they were unable to come to a good meeting place when it comes to the U.S. and understanding them maintaining their sovereignty and not becoming part of the United States. We do know that several other countries, I believe France, Germany, and Canada, have sent a few troops over to Greenland. Nothing staggering in numbers. We're talking like a dozen troops from each, maybe something like that. But I think that is a sign of saying, hey, listen, Western countries don't agree, right? This is not something that we are down with. This is not something that we desire to see happen. And it's not about giving him the time of day, Uncle Hippie. He's literally talking about taking over. Yes. He's got
Danny, listening in the drone.
the drones. I hear them. I hear.
Drone, yes.
Yep, I hear the drones.
Now in the fire in Gaza again.
Yeah, I know.
Now in the fire in Gaza again.
Yeah, they're firing in Gaza. For those of y'all who do not know, over 440 people have been unalived since the fake ass ceasefire. So since October 10th, there have still been 440 people in Gaza that have been unalived by Israel. So there is no ceasefire, just so everyone knows, right? Tiffany, no, he's not. And that would be just really a dumbass thing to do. He can't afford to do that. So no, he's not. I think it's really important for the person who said, where were the protests over Justine Diamond? Tell me you're not from Minneapolis without telling me you're not from Minneapolis, because there were protests. There were rallies 7 years ago when it happened. Like, you just sound silly. And I don't know if you're trying to be distracting. I don't know if you're a troll. I don't know if you're a bot. But if you are a real ass human being, yeah, like, I don't understand your point. Because you're just not right. There were lots of community activists and rallies when Justine was killed by the officer. 100%. So there are articles that you can look up if you would like to. But okay, cool. Folks, let me tell you something. If you're one of these people that go, well, where was it when this happened, or where was it when that happened? You're just not helpful. And we don't compare every single thing, because they're not all the same. Now, if I were guessing, you all, the reason this person brought this particular thing up is because it was an Australian woman who was killed by this police officer, and the police officer's name happens to sound as if he might be Muslim. And so if I were guessing as to why someone would be on social media trying to drum up shit like that would be what I would guess, is that it's, oh, can we use this somehow for some more Islamophobia? That would be my guess. Because the name of the police officer was Mohammed Noor. And it was a 3rd-degree conviction that happened at the time, and then it was overturned 2 years later. So just want to be clear. So, yeah, it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And so, yeah. The court clarified that what could constitute third-degree unaliving or depraved mind murder says the statute doesn't apply if a defendant's actions are directed at a particular person. And so the attorney that worked on his appeal said that she was grateful that the Supreme Court had clarified the law because they said it was always a tragedy, but that it wasn't an intentional unaliving. And so what I would hazard to guess is that when this happened, this police officer didn't do that and say, fucking bitch afterwards. I would guess. For fuck's sake, people. Folks, y'all are funny sometimes. I mean, funny, but not funny, to be honest, right? Like it's just the wildest thing ever. Okay. Now, next, I've covered articles of impeachment on Nome. I've covered Greenland. And now I'm talking about Palestine. While I'm talking about Palestine, I'm going to let you just know a few facts and a little piece of some bits of information. So you just heard Mohammed OS, who is on my panel right now, came off mute. What you heard in the background were drones. Those were Israeli drones. There is firing happening in Gaza as we speak. For those of you all who believe that just because the news stopped talking about it, that there is a ceasefire in Gaza, there's not. It's a fake ass ceasefire that doesn't really exist because over 440 Palestinians have been unalived since October 10th. Let me say that again. 440 plus Palestinians have been unalived since October 10th. There is no ceasefire in Gaza. It's just different. Okay. They're just going about it differently. And if you do not know, Israel is absolutely wreaking havoc in the West Bank right now. Yes. He's got horrible internet today.
comment inshallah, comment.
Okay, inshallah. Okay. He's gonna put it in the comments. A number of martyrs and wounded a short while ago. Okay, let me just look real quick. Fuck. All right, so there's a couple of different things that we could talk about. Yeah, I see it, Mohammed. He's got the picture up of his newborn twins that were just born. He's got a baby girl and a baby boy. They're a week old. Just so that you guys know. I don't want this. For those of you all who do not know, we've also had, I believe, 4 or 5 Palestinian babies that have frozen to death. It is the winter. And so winter is really hard, but especially on babies. He's got newborn twins and he's got a toddler at home. But it's now 4 or 5 babies. So a couple of days ago, we had Mohammed Abu Harbid, who is 2 months old, who froze to death. Yeah, Lisa, the drones are going on in the background. There's several of them, but I don't know any other way that I can say this to you. What is happening in Gaza and in Palestine is still happening, right? They are wreaking havoc in the West Bank right now. I hate the fact that they call them settlers, right? Because they're not fucking settlers. They're little terrorists. And I think it's just important that people know that, because it's a thing, and it matters. And they are going into people's homes. They are dragging them out of their homes, sometimes beating them. They've been unalived. Sometimes they are accompanied by IDF. Sometimes they are not. So it is not just Gaza, but it's absolutely the West Bank as well. And it's really important that people know that. One of the biggest things that they are upset about, or one of the biggest things that they've been targeting, was the olive harvest in Palestine, right? Because that's a big deal in terms of their resource. So I just want you all to know. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to read something else that just came up as well. I'll put some of this in the link tree for you guys. Just headlines. The UK is they're using an anti-terror law against Palestine action so that they don't have to be scrutinized for the UK's role in Gaza's devastation and everything that has transpired. So just so that you all know, there's let me see if I can find it for you. In June 2025, the UK government prescribed the UK-based group Palestine Action as a terrorism organization, right? It was not, according to this article, which is an opinion piece, they said it wasn't a security decision, it was a political one. Now, if you've noticed, they've done the same thing in the US for CAIR. CAIR is another organization that the United States of America did the same thing to. The Trump administration did the same thing to them here, just so you know. Appreciate you, Cheryl. And I want you all to be aware that this is something that the Heritage Foundation talks about, right? If you haven't read Project Esther, please do. Project Esther is an attempt by the Heritage Foundation to connect anyone that is pro-Palestinian, or anyone, appreciate you, Cheryl, that is anti-Israeli government, right? As part of what they are calling the quote-unquote Hamas support network, which just simply isn't a fucking thing. Appreciate you, Cheryl. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start to, these are down to the last 20 and 30 seconds. So I'm going to rotate this out. If you are not familiar with the Esther Project, put a 1 in the comments for me if you're not familiar with it. Thanks, Sandy. Wow, so many of you all are not. Okay. The Heritage Foundation, same people that wrote Project 2025, put together this plan. And the plan is, it's a 2-year plan. What's up, A Mooney? The 2-year plan is talking. Yeah, I would, I might throw a punch, and I'm just kidding. But here's the idea behind Project Esther. The idea behind Project Esther is to give me a second. I'm rotating folks out, folks. Give me a second. I'm switching out people on the panel, folks.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
How are you, my sister?
Oh, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, good. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, my sister.
Yeah, you're welcome. So A Money, I have said at least 2K. And then I've also said if we can do more than that, that's great. You know what I mean? Yeah, A Money, aren't they pretty? The babies are gorgeous. Okay, so in my link tree, no matter where you are watching, wherever you are watching me from, somebody mute him. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Okay, so listen, wherever you're watching me from, in my profile description, there is a link. The link in the profile description is to my link tree, where there's a ton of information. One of the documents that is in that link tree is called the Esther Project. If you don't want to go into my link tree, just Google Heritage Foundation Esther Project, and it will come up. Now, when you Google it, there's going to be like a little excerpt, but then if you look right at the top over here, it'll say download report. And that's what you want to do. You want to actually look at the full report itself. Basically, what they do is they outline this agenda, this plan to designate anyone that is pro-Palestinian or anti the government of Israel as being part of what they are deeming the quote unquote Hamas support network. That's literally what the Heritage Foundation is calling it. Okay. Now, why is that important? Because if they get people in the US government to now identify you as part of a terrorist organization, you lose your rights, folks. There's a strategy behind that. And they talk about what the risks are if they don't do it fast enough, if they don't do it the right way, if they like all of that, it's laid out. And they talk about like, what are the risks and what if they get it right? And it's not just individuals. They want to go after non-governmental organizations, right? So nonprofits that are against what Israel has done in Gaza, nonprofits that are for the Palestinian people having liberation, having groceries, having housing, having autonomy over their own lives, right? They want to designate those people as being part of a quote unquote infrastructure. If you help them, that's what they want to be able to say about you, right? And so it's just really important that you understand the United States of America. And by the way, if you're a Democrat in here, well, let me ask you this. This is the way I'm going to say this. If you are a Democrat in here who does not believe that Israel has the right to commit a genocide against Palestine, then here's what I'm going to say to you. You need to go to takeapac.com, trackapac.com, and look at how much money your elected officials are taking from AIPAC. They are doing the bidding of Israel. That's not me like making shit up. That's a real fucking thing. And I'm going to say that 10 toes down. When Rafael Cruz gets on Tucker Carlson and he says, I became the U.S. Senate. I came to the U.S. Senate because I wanted to be the most pro-Israel senator that there was. Not the most pro-American, not the most pro-American citizens, but the most pro-Israel senator. That's a fucking problem. Why are you trying to get into Congress for Israel? And that's a huge problem. AIPAC has backed both of the leadership committees for the Dems and the Republicans. AIPAC raised more money for the Black Caucus and the Hispanic Caucus in 2024. 96% of all of the candidates that AIPAC endorsed won their elections. Just to be clear. Guys, top 2 boxes, please. If we could get 2K at least on those, that would be incredible. AIPAC spent over $50 million on the 2024 election. And when you go to track AIPAC, it's not just AIPAC, but there's AIPAC, there's J Street, there's Kufi, there's like several of them. Yes, Mohammed.
Danny.
Yes.
Listing fighting in Gaza.
I hear them.
Yes.
I hear them.
Oh my God.
I know. So, hey, Money, I've talked about Kufi quite a bit. If you all aren't familiar with Kufi, Kufi is CUFI, which is Christians United for Israel. Let me just explain this to you all. The biggest problem for Palestinians are Christian Zionists. I want to be very clear about that.
Hey, Danny. Hi, guys.
What's up, Mooney?
Yeah, 100%. Like, because a lot of people don't talk about Kufi. All we hear about is like APAC. But there's other packs that need to be stopped, and Kufi's the top one. Kufi's actually bigger than APAC, but it's because we've been highlighting APAC for such a long time. And it's like a theory too. I don't know what's happening. Salam alaikum, Muhammad Mabruk.
But you know what I noticed, Money? I noticed that Kufi has gotten smart. So, by the way, for those of you who do not know, Kufi is run by John Hagee, asshole, who one day Jesus is going to beat with a Bible, and I just want to see it. I'm just real talking it. So, Kufi is run by John Hagee, and for a while they were doing lobbying the same way that APAC is. They were doing their political donations the same way. Now they're not. If you go to the FEC's website and you go to look for the donations coming from Kufi, it's not there. Did you know that, Money?
No, I didn't.
Yep. So when you go, hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. You know me. So when you go to the FEC, right? Because you can look up APAC, right? But if you go to look up, find contributions from, I want Christians United for Israel, you will not see a lot of donations in this year. You have to go back several years to find it, because they changed. Give me a second. Good Lord. I want to go to, hold on, all data. I want to, that's what I want. So Kufi Action Fund, that's the actual PAC, right? So if you look for the 2-year period from Kufi Action Fund, there's they only had $100,000 in independent expenditures, right? Nothing. Kufi is not now giving money as an organization or as a super PAC. They're having the individuals donate to the candidates. So now you don't know. There's no, so like now we can look up APAC and say, you took X amount of money, and we can pretty much track that shit back specifically to APAC or to J Street or to NORPAC, because the money came from the PAC, right? Kufi Action Fund, nah, they're not doing it like that as a PAC. So when I'm on the Federal Election Commission website, look up Kufi Action Fund. You won't see money. You won't see it, because they are doing it so that the people that belong to Kufi are giving the money to the people. Therefore, nobody's really calling them out. But it's Christian Zionists being led by John Hagee. Do you know what I always want to say when I look? Never mind. I can't.
Wait, what? What did you want to say?
It's not nice. It's not nice.
They don't deserve nice.
They don't. I just so So I just want you to, so the things that they write, standing with Israel is not political, it's biblical. That's the kind of shit that they write. In case you all don't know, this is on their go. Have you all ever checked out their Facebook? Christians United for Israel has their own Facebook. Go check it out. They're full of shit. But yeah, they do. Oh, y'all, they stopped in Sugar Creek in Charlotte. I love that. Head on up there to the hood. I love that so much. That's what some people would say about Sugar Creek. Sugar Creek's not the hood, but you know. I love that they went to the Sugar Creek Rec Center. I love that so much. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by monks. Hey, Sammy. So, Anana and AZ, I don't think I said Israelites and Israel are the same. Did I? I specifically said no, I didn't. And I specifically said the government of Israel. What I will say is that if the Israelites who live in Israel don't like what their country is doing, they should be in the streets protesting more. If the Israelites in Israel don't like seeing them starve people and bomb the shit out of people in Gaza, then maybe they should protest the same way Donald Trump wants people in Iran to protest. Then Israelites should be protesting if they don't like what their government is doing.
So, since you said Iran, I want to say two things on that. So one, we're like a lot of us are afraid that when it goes head to head with Iran, that Israel would try to wipe out Gaza because there will be no more eyes on Gaza, basically.
Right.
And essentially that's what they've been trying to do. If you look at last week, the way they bombed the whole strip.
Yep.
And more kids were unalived due to that. You don't hear anyone talking about it. So it's just kind of messed up with the whole Iran situation happening.
Yep.
And then the other thing, it's frustrating and hella annoying that when something when something happens in another country or anywhere, it gets compared to Palestine. And I don't get why. Like with the whole situation that happened in Iran, somebody decided to put unalived bodies of Iranians, and they were like, this is not Gaza, this is not Palestine. Okay, and if you want to speak on Iran, speak on Iran. Why do you have to add Palestine into that? It's fucked up and it's annoying. Sorry.
No.
Sorry, I cursed.
And no, you know you can curse over here.
It's frustrating.
Yeah.
It's not fair. So because we haven't had the eyes that we've had for the past 2 years in over 70 years. And the fact that now that we do, we keep getting compared to other G sides, to other things that are happening in other countries, when it's two completely different things at the end of the day. What's happening in Palestine is the same thing that happened to America, to the Native Americans, to the indigenous people. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's not the same, but we continue to get compared. It's messed up.
I cannot with his ass. Hold on. I'm getting ready I'm going to have to take everybody to church. It ain't going to be today, but now that John Hagee has my attention, his gluttonous ass is about to get some special attention. So I just need to, anyway, yeah, appreciate you guys. Cheryl, a money girl. She said, "Oh, you in the boxes?" Yes, 100%. So, I love that. So, hold on. What did I see? I got so guys, it's right now our folks that live between the river and the sea are the top 2 boxes. I'm going to try to add one more box. Okay. Yeah, and no, but it's a fair point to make, a money, because they are not the same. Sandy, the name that is written in Arabic, and he's got a blue shirt on, is he verified or no?
Which one? What's their name? You said that in Arabic name?
Girl said it's in Arabic. She said, what's their name?
No, because I see one with blue and they wrote in Arabic, but their name is Ismail. They have a blue shirt on as well.
No, and he's requested up.
Okay, let me check. Arabic name.
He's down towards the bottom in blue.
Oh yeah, he's good. He's good.
Okay. Because I'm trying to pull up some folks that that haven't been up. You know what I mean?
I can help you. They're like, can you verify with me, Danny? Like, they keep messaging me. Can you verify? Danny don't know me, and they keep blocking me. Can you verify?
Girl, sorry.
And I tried to explain, like, she don't know you, so she's not gonna bring you up. She want to make sure that you're from Gaza.
Right. Yep. 100%. And so I just tried to bring him up, A-Money, and it dropped him. So if he requests again, if we can bring him, oh, never mind, there he is.
No, he's here. He's on the.
Okay,
he's
cool.
on the tab. He's on the.
Okay, so listen, guys, top 3 boxes. If we can 2K, that'd be great. Top 3 boxes. If we could 2K, that would be amazing. All right. So listen, folks, I've been saying this. It is so important that we keep talking about Palestine, and what's happening in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank. And I am with you, A-Money. The thing that makes me want to hold my breath a little bit is because there aren't as many eyes on Gaza. I feel like they know they can get away with more.
100%. Because look, the excuse. I don't know if you know that the excuse that they made last week was the fact that they said H group shot a rocket, which was false. They don't have proof or evidence of H ever shooting a rocket, but they use that as an excuse because they don't need evidence. But for some reason, we need evidence
Every time.
But they don't need evidence to boom the whole strip, which is what they did essentially last week. And people were unalived, including kids, as usual.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened just last week. But now with what's happening in Iran, they want to compare. Oh, where's the pro-Palestinian people? Why are y'all not talking about Iran? Excuse me?
Oh, listen, I had a Zionist come to me with that. Okay, so hold on.
That's their new talking point, Danny.
So I told you I've had this one particular individual, like this is an acquaintance of mine. We are not friends. It's an acquaintance of mine, right? And before the ceasefire and even after the ceasefire, they would comment on anything that I said around Palestine on my Facebook page, right? And then they were sending me messages. And I responded back a couple of times. And then it was just like, I just quit responding. And then it got to the point where anything that was on my Facebook that was about Palestine or about Gaza, he would come in with Zionist talking points. And so I finally said on October 16th, please stop on my posts. And so this person says on October 16th, as you wish, I've snoozed your post for 30 days. So you can't just stop. You got to snooze some shit because there's no self-control. Okay. Which will effectively keep me from seeing your post from now until a long time given to the algorithm. And then they said this, you are on the wrong side of history. You are using your platform to amplify a lie, ironically, one that contradicts all that you espouse standing up for. And then he says, Jews are the indigenous people of Israel. And then he put air quotes, Palestinians are Arabs from Egypt, Jordan, and Syria who were settled there after Jews were expelled from their land by the Romans, and Palestinians themselves became displaced. Y'all saw the light just now?
Mm-hmm.
Girl, I don't have no fucking lights on. I don't have a single light on in my house.
The devil's trying to test her, y'all.
That was a big one. But anyway.
That was.
And then he said, and they refused a peace officer a peace offer. I don't know why I can't speak. And they refused a peace offer in 2000 that offered all they quote unquote claim to want, right? And then he said, Palestinians don't want peace and they won't stop fighting until they commit total genocide on the Jews who live there. And he says, as Golda Meir said famously, we won't have peace until the Palestinians love their children more than they hate Jews. And then he said, good luck on this, Danny. Now, I didn't say shit back because I ain't had time, right? I can't fuck with you. And then on Sunday, hit my inbox again with this. 16,000 innocents this week killed in Iran. That's 1/3 of all Gazans including their T-risk soldiers, is probably 50% of the Gazans' innocence. And anyway, he goes on and on and on, right? And then says, oof, plus this sudden tone shift from all major left leaders, it's interesting and head scratching. So then he sends me this thing from AOC where AOC is talking about supporting the people of Iran who are protesting, right? And that I commented back and I said, my position on issues isn't determined by far left or any other kind of leadership. Not sure what the purpose of your message is. And then I put his name. I said, as you well know, there's been major incidents here in the States, which have largely had my focus. This is why I'm not talking about Iran. And then I said, I don't have to address every single issue, and definitely not when you think I should. You have extreme audacity to tell me, quote unquote, I'm on the wrong side of history. You have no position or place in my life that even remotely comes close to making me interested in your opinion of me. You're a Zionist, despite all your previous claims not to be, and your October 16th message demonstrates that quite effectively. He ain't reply back to that shit.
Of course you're gonna cook him.
Like, what are you doing right now? No, like,
because that's their new narrative now. So like the Zionists have been talking about Iran as if they care about the Arabs, right?
they don't.
They don't. They just want us to stop talking about Gaza initially, and this is their new talking point, and they want us to hop on the bandwagon. That's what it is. And where did they get these numbers of unalivings from? To be honest, where?
I don't know.
Like, I'm so confused because that's not even the number that's being reported. So they just come up with these numbers out their asses. It's crazy.
Yeah. Here's my thing. I know how to talk about issues separately. So I can support the Arabs in Iran, right? And say, man, what their government is doing is really horrible. And I can also say the United States should not get the fuck involved in that shit because Israel wants us to, right? And I can also say that don't have shit to do with Israel and the United States and the UK and everybody else that supplied Israel the money and the weapons, right? To do what the fuck they did in Palestine. All of those things are true. They coexist. Like, just because a government sucks, I mean, because by that reasoning, y'all, we should just go ahead. Can we just go kidnap BB?
Wait, by that reasoning, can someone just come take Trump? I'm not going to say KID. I'm going to say, can someone come take Trump?
Right. Take him. Somebody go get BB.
Take his kids too. Take his kids too.
And you can take Melania. I mean, you might have a hard time finding her because, you know, she stayed as far fuck away from Trump as she can. So
yeah, like Moon said, we got involved in Venezuela, but that's a play. I think they went after Venezuela as a play. They needed Venezuela out the game, and that's why I think they went after Venezuela so they can start doing what they're doing now. And yeah, it's definitely gonna go head to head. And the only thing I'm afraid of is our people that are in Gaza who are not gonna have that continued eyes that they've been having on them for the past 2 years. But even with the eyes that they had on them for the past 2 years, they were still being unalived anyway.
Right.
It's just they're just gonna. I think they're gonna take more land from Gaza, and they're gonna take.
Wait. Can we say this? Here's what we can say. You believe they want to take more land.
They want to,
but don't say they're going to.
I know, but but I'm saying that because look at the yellow line, and
I know.
They unalived 2 children for being close by that stupid yellow.
I know. I saw it.
Yeah. Okay. So they want to. Okay.
They want to.
I'm trying to be realistic.
I know.
Now they're trying to take Area C in the West Bank.
Listen, and I know what the probability is. I know what the statistics are. Like, I know. I also just hella Raja. I just also, you know me, A-Money, I don't like to say things that I don't want to be the case.
I know, Danny. I don't want it to be the case. You know,
I know you don't.
So I don't want to. At the end of the day, I still have a lot of family in the West Bank specifically, and they're going through it, right? But not just as much as Gaza. And it's just a mess, to be honest. And I'm trying to be realistic because I don't want to get my hopes up anymore. I had my hopes up for the past 2 years, and like no matter as we protested, we did all the things that we were supposed to do, and it wasn't enough because our government is embedded with Israel everywhere. They're everywhere. I didn't know how embedded America was until October 7. I did not know. I didn't know about AIPAC, about Kofi. I didn't know about any of this. Even when I visited Palestine, I didn't know about Zionism. I knew about Jewish people,
Right.
because that's what they were. That's what they were essentially to the Palestinians that were there. But there were Palestinian Jewish people too there.
Right.
The thing is, like, they're so dumb. And I want to tell you, hold on. So You Can Lick This came up on the panel the other day, and they have an advertisement.
She got a call.
I didn't get a call. So Yuga came up and he found this advertisement of them advertising for the Holocaust victims in Israel for $25 for a food aid box for Holocaust victims.
Well,
That's crazy.
I mean, Trump is trying to convince everybody that the civil rights movement has been bad for white people, right? White people are the victims of the civil rights movement. You heard him say that, right? Donald Trump has said that white people are victims of the civil rights movement here in this country. So I went over this again the other day, and I'm going to say it right now, right? I'm going to say this again. I'm going to clear my throat. White people in the United States of America as a whole racial group cannot be victims of racism, because it is your racial group that since the establishment of this country has had the power structure and the position systematically to elevate your folks while oppressing other folks. That's the structure that needs to exist, that must be present in order for there to be racism. Now, you could take your white ass to another brown country, right? And they would have the ability to do that. Sure. If their whole country, if the positions of power, if the majority of their government and if they had a Congress, like if that's who controls the education systems, the financial systems, the prison systems, the judicial systems, like if that's who had it was black people, then absolutely you could experience racism. You can't, white people, experience racism in the United States of America. What you can experience is bigotry. What you can experience is prejudice, 100%. But that is not racism. And it just goes to show how fragile your ass is if you think a smidge of racism, a smidge of bigotry or a smidge of prejudice is racism. That tells me how fragile you are, because it tells me you have not a fucking clue what black and brown people in this country experience on the regular, because prejudice and bigotry ain't racism. Ain't nobody denying your rental application or your business loan or your home loan because you are white.
Say that again. They love using the word racism. I have never heard white people being I'm sorry, it's so funny. It's this app, Danny. Wallah, it's this app. I have never heard half the shit I've heard until this freaking app.
It's just wild to me that I tell everyone, go to her Debbie Irving. She's a racial educator and she's fucking fantastic, money. Did not W Rabbit saying money is married to white. What does that mean? Married to white.
I'm married to white.
What does that mean? Married to, how do you marry a color?
Shit, I'm married to this game, the book.
Right.
I'm married to white. Am I married to orange too, or what?
It's just like the craziest thing ever. Yeah, Maria, I don't know how you marry white, but
I don't know if you know this, but I got sent a video that because Moon just brought it up in the chat. That do you remember Cars for Kids? 1-800 Cars for Kids.
yes.
So apparently that was also a charity for Israel.
Shut up.
Girl. Look it up. I remember that song forever. 1-800 Cars for Kids. Because I'm telling you, everything that we like are in, like, it's just mind baffling how much Israel is.
Well, I'll be damned. Cars for Kids, a nonprofit that takes vehicle donations. It is specifically for Jewish youth programs.
Mm-hmm.
And it says with some operations and beneficiaries in Israel. Listen, this is the thing, what y'all don't get. The United States of America be feeding, clothing, housing, and educating Israelis while we give them free fucking health care, and American citizens don't get shit. Americans, they are busy telling you to pull yourself up by the bootstraps while they clothe, feed, finance, and educate Israeli people for fucking free. Healthcare too. They have free everything. Meanwhile, you ain't got shit.
You ain't got shit, okay? Y'all don't got free health insurance. Y'all don't got free health care. Your veterans that fought for this country are in the mother effing streets. Why aren't don't you know what?
I'm not being in no damn streets because
not you.
Listen, I'm a veteran, but I'm not being in nobody's streets. Listen, the streets right now are made for white veterans. Y'all go. I'm not doing it. And I mean that. I did I mean it because no, thank you. Listen, people look at my high yellow ass and already don't know what I am. I'm not going out there. Are you kidding me, A-Money? No.
No, not you. There are, but a lot of our veterans are in the streets, unfortunately.
I know they are.
And a lot of them also self-unalived, unfortunately, right? And these are people that fought for our country, but yet people are not standing up for them. Like,
no,
they
not
only
at all.
stand up for them when they want to stand up for them, to be honest.
See, T, that was laughing because I'm telling the truth.
Mm-hmm. Our school systems are trash, but their school systems are not. And they go to school for free. Their rent is for, guys, they're literally, I don't want y'all to love Palestine, okay? But I want y'all to hate Israel. Sorry, not sorry. Y'all don't have to love Palestine, but I want y'all to hate Israel for what they're doing to America, because Americans don't have a third of the shit that they have. Correct. And they're living for free. Their rent is for free. They're out here in these streets for free. They get everything for free. So
100%.
Just saying.
Look, Tiffany over on Facebook said, now I've got... What's up, the brothers? Look, Tiffany over on Facebook said, hey, Money, now you got that damn song on her head. 1-800 cars with this. She over here.
I didn't know you were streaming over there too.
Girl, I'm
not gonna lie to you.
I'm on this TikTok. I'm on the backup TikTok. Funny. I'm on Substack, YouTube, and Facebook.
TikTok. WU.
Yeah, I'm on all of them.
When someone sent me that video and I found out that Cars for Kids was like initially like an Israeli charity as well.
Yeah, headquartered in Lakewood, New Jersey, and Jerusalem.
I was like, ain't no mother effing way, because I loved the catch of that song.
They good at marketing.
It was a good marketing. I saw it everywhere in New York. They had signs. They had big ass billboards. It was everywhere.
Look, their Charity Navigator score is 2 out of 4. That ain't good.
Guys, I'm saying, man, at this point, whatever you see, you have to just research it at this point, because ain't no mother effing way.
Yeah,
there's no way.
It should have been. So listen, just so everybody understands where I don't care if you are Jewish. I don't care. I don't care, Jewish, Buddhist, Christian, whatever. What I care about is one of two things. The only time I care about your religion is when you weaponize your religion to harm other people, or weaponize your religion to try to make other people conform to your religion. That's the only time I care. Other than that, I give 0 fucks, right? I don't care what country you belong to. What I care about is where do you stand? Because the same way, do y'all want to know why I would never say all Israelites are horrible? Because there are people who could legitimately be like, fuck all Americans, because y'all suck. Y'all put us in this shit. How did y'all put him back in office a second time? Do y'all know how many people around the world right now are like, what the fuck is wrong with Americans? They all around the world going, what's wrong with y'all? Surely to goodness, y'all know better. And here we are. You know, here's my thing, A-Money. I think that the majority of Americans do know better. I do know that. What I also believe is that there's another segment of Americans who, well, let me just say this. I believe that, number one, Americans as a whole, as a country, are selfish as fuck. This entire country is built on this concept that like we just don't care about anybody. Americans, we go to everybody else's country and think they should all speak American. Nobody else does that. You do not see people from Zimbabwe. I just threw some shit out. I don't even know where, right? But you don't see them coming back in, right? You don't. Yeah, Moon, very individualistic. And this is part of that. Okay, so remember y'all when we were reading, going back to the beginning of the slide, y'all remember when you were going back and we were talking about them viewing things through a Christian culture? That's what J.D. Vance said about Kevin Roberts and the Heritage Foundation. Y'all remember that? Listen, their culture ain't necessarily the best culture. Give me tribal culture. Give me village culture. Give me people culture. Salam, DJK. Give me that shit where the community comes together. Give me Native American culture, indigenous culture, where, you know, they actually give a damn about everybody, including the earth and the trees. Give me that culture, because European culture has not been good for us. Right, Cam, give me the patriarchy. The matriarchy, not the patriarchy. Give me the matriarchy, because this patriarchy shit, that's for the birds. It ain't working.
It's for the birds.
It's for the birds. Listen, A-Money, I don't know if you was in here the other day. Somebody was talking, did that whole thing. They got up in my comments talking about they're selling knee pads in TikTok shop for Kamala Harris. Right? And I said,
no, they did that.
Yeah, they did. And I said, so you know what? I said, let me just say this to the mediocre man in my comments with all your baby carrot energy. If you really believe that Kamala Harris became the vice president of the United States of America because of her vajayjay and her oral ability, then let me just tell you this. Number one, she should patent that shit and fucking make candles, right? And sell it. Because, matter of fact, she should train every woman in the country that wants to be trained how to use their vajayjay like she did, so we can run the fucking world, because you men suck at it.
She said, "Oh, the woman, she's her vagina." Oh, hell no, I'm done.
I'm just saying, because I'm just saying, if that's what you really think. And then I said, tell me you're a fucking 44-year-old virgin without telling me you're a 44-year-old virgin. Tell me women aren't into you. Tell me somebody looked at your ass and was like, nah, bro, I'd rather starve. Right? Men tickle me talking shit about women who have sex with people. She's a gold digger. You're the one giving the gold, bro. You're the one.
You're the one giving the gold.
Yeah, and you're the one mad because don't nobody want you for free. That's the problem.
What's happening? Oh my goodness.
You can mess me with it all day long. And by the way, if she became the vice president, I want you to all know, y'all raggedy ass men sold out the whole world for some good ass vajayjay and oral skills. According to y'all, that's the only good thing about her. So based on that thought process, there were some men in really powerful positions that sold out the whole world for some vajayjay. Miss me with it. Miss me all day. Miss me with it. I'm just not here for it. I'm so sick of it. Uh, so anyway, yeah. Yeah, A-Money. I was not having it the other day.
Yeah, so, like, I want to go back to what you said was like they want everybody to speak English or be American. And
Yeah.
so the other day someone was battling and they're like, "Where you from?" He goes, "I'm from Palestine." He goes, "Are you really? Then why you speak English?" It's like, are people so stupid? This is an American dad. And he was like, "Are you really
Yes.
from Palestine? How come you speak English?"
Because Palestinians have a 99% literacy rate and Americans are dumb as fuck.
Oh man.
Like, I don't know if y'all understand this. The world is sitting back. So all the shit that we have been told about other countries is really us. That thing about other people not being able to see the news from everywhere else, that be us. Or not having all the information, that be us. The stuff we're told when they make other countries think they're the greatest and they're really not, that be us.
That be us, y'all.
Yeah, DJK, it depends. I think that no one will be impeached if they pick the right GOP members of Congress to leverage, and if they leverage them the right way. But and y'all, I say this as not just a veteran myself, but my whole family has served. My daddy served 2 tours in Vietnam. My mother and my father met in nursing school at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, right? My brothers both served. I served. My nephew served. My uncle served. And it was, so let me just, I said this to, it was Sherry, white girl, on my panel the other day. Love Sherry. Because she sits in really tough spaces to deconstruct beliefs she's held her entire life. And not everybody is willing to do that. Folks, if we can make Raja get to 4, that would be amazing. Amu Malik, you guys know the top box, right? Abu Malik is our friend who has several children. He also has a 14-year-old that has significant malnutrition issues and suffered some fractures, right? So medical treatment and all the things, just so y'all know.
So I want, because you're about to go into the story of deconstruction, right? I want to ask a question, right? So if someone is telling you that their parents were racist and they're trying to deconstruct, would you deconstruct? Would you hammer down on them or try to speak to them?
So say it again.
Okay, so if someone that's in the pro-pally movement who's white said that their parents were racist, and that's what he grew up with, but he's trying to deconstruct and unlearn what he's known his whole life, would you go hard on him, like come at him and call him a Zayo and all this extra shit, or would you sit there and actually help?
It depends. Like, it's a very individualized thing, right? Because it would depend upon how they were showing up in my space. So, like, for example, when Sherry was here, it was a very raw exchange, as it was the first time I met her, right? Stephanie too. If Stephanie's down in these comments, her too. So what I found is they heard me talking about a thing and they had pushback for it, right? It just didn't sit well with them. Let me unlock this door. And well, first of all, if someone tells me I'm trying to deconstruct, you're probably not even somebody I need to have a conversation with, because the people that I'm talking to don't even realize they need to. Like, if you already realize you need to deconstruct, if you realize you are deconstructing, then go do your own fucking heavy lifting, because what that tells me is, that tells me you know that you need to change something. You already understand that the position of your parents is incorrect. So you have enough knowledge already to go, oh, where can I look for this? Or I need to find that, right? That is very different than somebody who has an immediate reaction to a subject matter or an immediate reaction to a topic, and they're in the heat of something, right? And then just on the spot working through all of that, right? And so those people I will sit with and I will work with. Now, somebody like, oh boy, that you just described to me, I'm not sure how you got to be pro Pally and you white and racist. I'm gonna have questions about that one, A Money.
Okay, so he's not a racist. His parents were racist.
So, but if he's not racist, what does he need to deconstruct?
I think he's trying to step out of what he grew up with his entire life, basically. Is that your baby?
Bella just got home. Yeah.
Hi, Bella.
I know, girl. It's cold. A Money said hi.
Said it's cold.
Yeah, because listen, a minute ago, someone was like, "Why do I hear the wind blowing?" I said, "Because that's the fucking wind blowing."
Oh, that was the light then in your house.
That was like, yeah, girl, listen. Okay, so let me just say this. Okay, so if this person says, I'm trying to step out of that, I need more information. Step out of what exactly? Right? Because if you recognize,
okay, fair enough.
Like I need more. I need to know, what do you mean? You're stepping out of what? Yeah, like I would have questions. For me, the people that I love talking with the most are the people who they're not even familiar with the words like deconstruct and this and that. They just know they want to understand, and they are having an intense reaction to something that goes against something they've known their whole lives. You know what I mean? And so I will, I got to it. So like, I will sit with just about anybody, but, and there are caveats to that. So, but yeah. Hey, Sugar Butt. Y'all hear the wind? That's the wind. Sounding like that. It got real quiet for a second. I'm hesitant to change out boxes until the top box gets at least 2. Right? Yeah, so Mila's not here yet, but Bella is. The problem is, believe they try to tell you what your life experience. So no, and so here's my thing. Viz, what do you mean? Who controlled Gaza between 48 and 67? What's the question? Do you know the answer to the question? Vaj, whatever your name is. Appreciate you, Witch. 4th. Your country liberated Gaza from the country that controlled it. What country do you live in, Viz?
I rarely block Zios. I block some of them, but this one's blocked on my side. That means he's nasty.
Is he? Yeah.
Yeah, Vig, who controlled it? He didn't even answer the question. He keeps
no, he didn't. Then he said, "No, my country." Yeah. So this is what I said. So what's your country? What's your country? What's your country? Answer the damn question. No, you didn't. You didn't say Israel. Okay. So your country. Gotcha. Okay. So what's your point? What do you think? I mean, you can say that. It doesn't make it true. You do understand that, right? You can say a thing, but that doesn't make it true. You're free to live in your delusion if you want. Ain't nobody about to argue with you about geography. At least I'm not. See, in the South, we say something like this to you. Bless your heart. Yeah, I know. No, he's blocked on A Money side. Viz, you hear me? Ain't nobody arguing with you. Bless your heart. It's okay. You are free to believe what you want to believe. It don't make you right. I mean, to me, it's really not a flex. Like when somebody wants to come into a live, right, and start spouting nonsense, Zionist nonsense at that, right, and bragging about a country that the whole world knows kills children by the thousands, like that's not a flex to me. To me, it's just not. I mean, I don't brag about the dumb shit the United States of America does. But I mean, if that's what you think makes you like, woohoo, right? Then I guess do you, bruh. But when you decide you want to go home to your real country, go on back to Europe because that's where you're from. You're from Europe, bro. In case you didn't know. Yeah. Ain't nobody fooling with that nonsense today. Do you all understand what a let me just say this to you all. Let me just say this, okay? Do you know what kind of human being? You've never heard me say it 4 times in a row. Yeah. That tells you what I think of that fool, don't it, bro? Do you know what kind of human being you have to be to want to say that an entire group of people doesn't exist? That's literally why people know you are committing a genocide, because you literally don't want them to exist. Do you understand that? You literally don't want them to exist.
To make that connection, by the way.
Right. You do realize you are literally making people's points when you say that stuff, because you are demonstrating that's exactly who you are, bro. That's who you are. And just so we're clear, yeah, that makes you a horrible person. That makes you a horrible person, just a ridiculously horrible human being. And for anyone that doesn't understand what it means when we liberate someone, when you liberate someone, then you don't keep them in oppression. You don't have 500 fucking checkpoints throughout their place. You don't keep them from getting health care. You don't murder their children. You don't, yeah, you just like, that's not liberation. That's not what liberation means. Okay. Let me tell you what I really think, okay, about the United States of America in terms of our government and Israel, and quite a few others. I just want to be really clear about this. The people who live in those countries, including me, because I live in the United States of America, are coming to appreciate you, are coming to a real important fork in the road. And you are either a decent human being that believes in humanity, or you are not. And there is no justification when you choose the latter. You don't get to justify supporting terrorists that run the street and drag people out of vehicles based on the color of their skin, or if they hear them talking by their accent. Okay? There is no justification for that. If you try to justify it, welcome to You Are a Racist. Just so you're clear. Be careful with that word, DJ, in the comments. I just really need for people to hear what I'm saying to you. If you are justifying that, hey, Money, look at the one above Cheryl. Abo, I don't know the one above Cheryl.
1 second.
Um,
Above Cheryl to me is Abdullah. Is that, what is it for you?
Abo L and then Arabic.
Okay. Abu and it has like Arabic writing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's in a red suit, sitting in a wheelchair.
Yep.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay. Because I've never seen him before, and so I'm trying to.
I think he lost a part of his leg at the bottom, which is why he sits in a wheelchair now.
Damn.
But yeah, he's good.
I tried to bring him in, it didn't let me. Somebody grab him if you see him in the things. I said yes, and it dropped him instead.
And he probably lost connection or something.
Probably.
The whole thing.
Yep.
He'll be back.
Yep. So, and that's what I really want to try to grab some folks that haven't ever been on. Because I had a lot of folks yesterday. I got to go to the grocery store, girl. All right. So listen, folks. I've talked about. People say that I favor Tracy Ross. Let me just tell you something. I hear that I favor every famous light-skinned woman there is. I really do think it's just the complexion. But go ahead. What, baby? What you want?
I was looking for episode 7,
Mm-hmm.
and I was watching and I just found it.
Did you just find it? Yeah. I love that. Can you feed Titan, please? Yeah. So I don't know what I just said to people, but listen, I've covered pretty much all of this except for my prompt at the very top. Can we talk about my prompt at the very top for just, so let me ask you this, if no matter where you're watching me from, how many of you all watched the 47-second clip I put up yesterday of our encounter meeting the venerable monks? If you saw that, will you put a 1 in the comments? Appreciate you, Gio. Did he come back? He didn't come back.
I was looking for him. Isn't that might be out or something?
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah. So I'm gonna show. Okay. Alaikum salam. So just as a reminder, top box is a grandfather and father, also has some significant heart issues. They've been trying to get a hold of the World Health Organization to get him out of Gaza because of the medication that he needs, the medical procedures that he needs, without success so far. So if you have the ability to do magic beans, then do so. So we saw the monks yesterday and the night before. I traveled so that I could take my grandbabies to see them, and they made signs in the whole 9. And so my prompt up here says, what can the venerable monks teach us about politics, the state of the country, and the state of the world? Right? Oh, thanks, Tiffany. And when they were asked about their walk for peace, and so somebody asked them if they were walking in protest of ICE or Palestine, or like what Israel's doing in Palestine, or if they were marching. That was the question, was their walk in protest. And he said, we are not marching in protest. We're not walking to protest bad. We are walking for good. And a lot of times when we're in here together, I will talk to you all about like where you birth your energy from. And what you focus on is what you end up cultivating more of. So if the protests are against something, you're still amplifying the thing that you're against. So instead of having no king's protests, maybe we should be having pro-democracy protests. Maybe we should be having, humanity marches, right? Maybe we should be, so have the thing, right? Freedom rallies, coolest mom ever. Exactly. Because then the focus is on the thing that we desire to create. The focus is on, and the energy is going into the thing that we want. Right now, all we keep focusing on is what we don't want. And therefore, we keep getting much of it. And we talk about that in this space a lot, you guys. We talk about this. I know, Gio said, you always say that. I do. I'm hoping that hearing a monk say it might make y'all asses listen. I'm just kidding. I mean, kind of, I'm kidding, but kind of, I'm not. But this is what we keep talking about, is how do we, people keep saying, what are we going to do? Focus on what we want to create, because y'all, that's what they're doing. They are so focused on what they want to create. They wrote a damn manifesto about it. They write books about what they want to create. They organize, right? And instead, all the damn Democratic Party is talking about is them. Here's what I want to know from the Democratic Party. Would you like to share with me what you would like to create? And I need for what you want to create to be some shit that has not existed yet. You hear me? Do you know what would happen if they put together, if everybody started writing and talking about what we want to create? This is why so if you are a subscriber, if you're a super fan, we have a book club. Our book for this month, our book club for right now is the 4 Agreements. Because we got to talk about being intentional and responsible with our words and with our energy and with all the things, right? I don't know what the Democratic Party wants to create. I really don't. So, Kat, it is a very short book. Here's what I would say. When I read it, I took it 1 chapter a time for a week. I did 1 chapter at a time for a week, because it is sitting with the chapter, it is sitting with the words, so that you don't just know them, but that you know them. And then you actually apply them. It makes the biggest difference. Let me look, River Ray. I don't know. This is one of the ones that, here's what I will say. I'm going to look right now. If you cannot, because the book itself is like $5 to $8. The book itself is like $5 to $8, whether you're getting it on Thrift Books or whether you're getting it on Amazon. The 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz is either $5 to $8 max. Okay. So, and it's good. It's good work if you want to buy it, but if you cannot, it is on Ocean of PDF. It is on Ocean of PDF. It sure is. So how about I do this for you guys real quick? Give me 1 second. I'm going to post it in the Discord. I'm posting the link in the Discord. Yes, I do. Here, I am putting it. No, it's not a video. It's a book. So here's what I'm going to do right now. Y'all give me a second. I am putting it in the, I am putting it in the drive. And from there, I am putting it into, give me a second. Now I need to put this in there. Shit. That's what I want. Now I'm going to add a doc. So this is going to say book club books. Oh my gosh, not me doing the wrong thing. Y'all give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. I'm doing too much, y'all. I need to move that to trash. Now I need to upload this file. Downloads. All right. If you are in my Discord, I am dropping the link as we speak, and you can read the 4 agreements. As we do the book club, I literally have like a whole, I have a whole like deck. What am I trying to say, y'all? Like a presentation deck for a workshop that I did on it. So at everyone. Somebody check that in the subscriber side and tell me that works. What's up, Jay? Somebody tell me if that works in the subscriber side, because I dropped it in there. Appreciate you guys for hitting the boxes. I'm about to rotate out, folks. It does. Love that for us. Yay. Okay. So if you're not my Discord people, this is why you should be in my Discord. Because there's a lot of stuff in there for people, everyone. And this is a link to the 4 agreements. There. I did my good deed for the day. It's in there for everybody. But listen, folks, this is the part where this is what I want to focus on. Kat said, if you're not on my Discord, what are you even doing with your life? Yeah, all of that. So appreciate you guys. Raja, appreciate you, friend. Love you, mean it. I'm going to stay on literally for 17 more minutes to get through a couple of things. And I need to bring some folks up. And I think everybody that is requesting now has been up recently. So that means I don't really care who comes up.
It does tell you too that recent guests.
Yeah,
so
I hit the new people, except for the one dude that his net was bad. Love you, mean it, Raja. So, A-Money, I'll let you do it.
He's good for next time.
Yeah, I'll let you rotate folks out if you want to. You or Sandy or somebody else can bring folks up.
Are we bringing him down or are we leaving him up to the timer?
Yeah, I know Blind Spot's there for free as well. Yeah, he's at 6. Once, yeah, I was going to say if he hit 6, but he just hit 6, so we can rotate out because he had 10 the other day too. So, yep, okay. So speed round for everybody that's left, right? I did not say 70 minutes. Are y'all crazy? 17. 1 and 7. 1 and 7. Okay, but so they were asking the monks, like, are you walking in protest? And he said, no, we're walking for peace. We're not walking against anything. We are walking for peace. And I don't know how many of you all saw when the little black preacher boy with his little signs and his microphone was telling these monks they were going to hell. How many of you all saw this? Because I want to find him and beat his ass with the Bible. And I won't hide it like God's watching, because I believe that God will approve. Yeah. It is incredibly vile. And I'm going to tell you all this, like, as sure as I'm sitting here talking to you, okay? Those monks are behaving more Christ-like than the majority of Christians that I have seen, and the majority of pastors and preachers, and especially mega pastors. Like, I'm just telling you, there's been more Christ in the behavior and the heart of those monks than, yeah. And I'm going to also say this. There were also some folk, and okay, so I know I'm light skinned, y'all, but I'm still black. Listen, ask white people, they'll tell you. But let me just say this. I don't know why it be us sometimes, okay? So not only was the preacher that was in the face of these monks black, so were the people that were selling merch. The people that were hawking merch, Walk for Peace with the monks on them, in front of the monks before they could come, were also us. Let's don't. Salam wadni.
Can I say salam alaikum?
Alaikum salam. Yeah. So this is my thing. There's supposed to be no merch. And it was so bad that the monks had to put out a statement on their social media saying, we are not selling merchandise. If you see people at the church, y'all, these folks set up a damn table selling t-shirts. And let me just say, folks, listen, karma's coming for you. It's just the way that it works. That energy is coming for you. That's why those of y'all out here making fake Danny TikTok pages, okay, go ahead if you want to. I ain't got to do nothing to you, but that energy is coming for you. Whenever you try to profit and steal off of someone else, it's coming back. You just need to know, you just need to understand that it's coming back. I don't got to do nothing. It's coming back. I'm just saying, folks. When I look, other things that I learned from them. So when that black dude was in his face telling him he was going to hell, the monk offered him a flower. Do you know what he said? I can't take a flower from you. When did Jesus tell you don't take a flower? When did Jesus tell you don't take a flower? Hey, girl, hey. What you doing, sugar butt? You just missed your friend, A Money. She was up here. She gone now. Miss G goes where?
She went to see the monks too.
Oh. She did? Miss G went to see the monks too? That's amazing. We love that. What did she say? Hey, Nick, will you put this over there? So the kids stayed home yesterday so that they could make their posters and everything to go see the monks. And so the girls had asked me to send the video and the pictures to their teachers. And so she's all excited because she just came home and her teacher also went to see the monks. So we love that. Appreciate you, Cheryl. You are holding the panel down today, and you are greatly appreciated. Yeah, folks, do me a favor. Make sure that you are only following me. I only have one other backup account. It is Danny 8.8.8. If it is not this one right here or the Danny 8.8.8, it ain't me. It is not me. Okay? Just saying. All right. So the other thing, when he said we're not protesting against, we're walking for peace. I think we all have to start focusing on what we are working for and not what we're fighting against. Yeah, Sandy said many of you all are following the fake account. Yeah, the one fake account was only up for 4 days and had like 8,000 followers. I was like, what the fuck happened? Yeah, so just saying. But that's incredibly important. Okay, folks. I am trying to appreciate you, Cheryl. Let me do make sure we don't forget Wadme at the top, guys, up there. She helps me out. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine.
I am good. Yeah. I'm glad you're doing well.
Assalamu alaikum, Danny, sister. How are you?
Alaikum salam, Nora. Alhamdulillah. I'm good. Glad you're doing well. So yeah, this might be the last. If we can get some more people up, I'm down for that, guys. But we may or we may not make that happen. I'm only going to be on 9 more minutes, and we got 10 minutes. We got 9-minute timers up. Yeah. So Scott, the articles of impeachment. There were articles of impeachment today that were filed for Secretary Kristi Noem. Okay, about 70 House Democrats joined together and filed those articles of impeachment for her. My hope is that they did their due diligence and got with Republican members of the House in order to get the support that they are going to need to get those articles of impeachment passed. Okay. So here's what I would offer to you all. If your member of Congress is not one of the co-sponsors who didn't sign on to that, you might want to give them a call and ask why. You might want to also give a call and ask why there has been no other co-authors for the articles of impeachment against Pete Hegseth. You might want to do the same thing and ask why there are no articles of impeachment. Nobody else has signed on to the articles of impeachment for RFK Jr. Because there are articles of impeachment for those two. You hear me? But they just haven't had any other co-sponsors. They have had no other co-sponsors. And that's really important, folks. Ask your Democratic members of Congress where they are and why haven't they co-sponsored articles of impeachment on Pete Hegseth and RFK Jr. Tired of hearing Congress act like they can't do shit when they can, right? I also want to point this out. There have been other people that are asking the monks about their journey and why they are walking. So how many of you all know that all of these monks are not from Texas? Like they're not, all of them aren't stationed in Texas. They're from different places. Some are from other countries. Some are from New York and other places. And they made calls to see who was available, who could come and do this walk for peace. Yeah, they're from all over the world. And even their spiritual leader, he talks about, they've done walks in other places, in other countries, right? Which, by the way, I don't know if you all pick it up when you just look at him, but being in the same space with the venerable monk who is the spiritual leader of this particular walk, his energy is so incredible. I can't even articulate or put into words how it's not just calming. It's so he's the one who told Mila, get closer, baby. It's just crazy. Hey, girls, do you want to show them your flowers that the monks gave you? Yeah. They jumped off the couch. Okay, so y'all listen. Y'all gonna be like, Daddy, that's so bad. Last night, they weren't going to bed like great. And I said, guys, now you know Tutu's on social media. The monks are on Facebook too. I don't want to have to message the monks and tell them you're not listening. Do you want me to call the monks and say after they blessed you today, you ain't listening? Come here. So, all right. So this is Mila. And these are her flowers that the monks gave her. She really loved her red flower that they gave her, right? All right. Go put it down over there. Come on, Bella Boo. You got it? And then these are Bella's. She said, yeah. Did they give them to you?
Yeah. MashaAllah. Beautiful, Daddy.
Thank you. Oh, she's giving you candy. Do you want it? No. Okay. She doesn't want it. Say no, thank you then. Thank you for sharing, Mila. Yeah. So, I know. I am Beach Bum Wannabe. She says silicone at Michael's to preserve. I am. So it was, if you haven't seen the video. Oh, thank you. Are they sour? Girl, what you got me eating?
I think they might be.
Whoa! Mila. I said, good Lord. I don't have 4-year-old taste buds no more. Woo! You should see her face. Girl, my whole jaw locked up. Oh, look. This is baby. Look. Beautiful. Yeah, listen. That shit locked me up so quick. Beautiful. MashaAllah. Beautiful. I need to fix me. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. Yes.
I just eat a lot of them.
You just ate a lot of them?
Yeah, and it tastes sour, and I like sour.
Oh, you like sour?
Yeah.
Well, did you think maybe next time ask Tutu if Tutu likes sour? Is that funny? It's real. It's real. Okay. We got 2 minutes. So here's what I'm going to ask.
What you gonna do? Eat it?
You want it? Oh, okay, girl. Okay.
Wow.
We got less than 2 minutes left. Oh, you want to grab them? Okay. So do me a favor, you guys. We have 3 boxes up. Any way we can get those 3 boxes to 2K before we get on out of here. Folks that are joining me on Facebook, on Substack, on YouTube, and the backup TikTok, I love and appreciate you very much. If you are new, I'm super, super glad that you have joined me in this space. I hope that you find what we do here beneficial. Tomorrow, we will get back to talking about Jack Smith's report, especially as we get ready for preparation for his testimony next week. Listen, Jack Smith is going to be testifying, and this is what I think is confusing or interesting to me, is they're saying on the 22nd, he's going to be testifying about the documents case, but the documents case, part of it is still under seal. So I'm not really sure like how much of that is going to be good or not good, or how much information we'll get. But I think digging back into not only his report, but the J6 transcripts are important. If you have not registered for the documentary viewing that is going to be on Monday, the 19th, you need to go to greetings to Red. I cannot with you, Raja. Tomorrow night, which I'll still be on tomorrow morning. But that's incredibly important that you go to my link tree and you register for that documentary viewing. If you do not register, you will not get a link. You will not see it. Appreciate you, Sandy. Next, also free workshop. I am giving a free workshop on the 22nd. It is called Effective Conversations, Difficult Topics or Hard Topics, whatever the hell I called it. You got to register for that as well. Okay. Probably 10:30 or 11 a.m. Tomorrow because I'm going to the gym. I did not go today, but I'm going tomorrow. Okay. Nance had a knee replacement today. Got you. Sending her lots of positive thoughts, good mojo, good healing energy, all the things. Let me see what else. So documentary and movie night, documentary and workshop next week. Really important. Yeah, I just got a message from Bella's teacher, but anyway. Okay, so that's it. I am traveling late tomorrow night. My aunt's service is on, I think Wadmi is the only one not at 2K yet. Do I have coins or do I need to charge? Do I have coins? I don't. I have to charge. Shit. Thanks, Blue Honey Pot. Crossing the boundaries. So listen, I love you all, mean it. We got a lot of work to do. And part of that is getting information out, but getting information out from a way that is impactful and effective. If Kathy is in here and we are supposed to have a one-on-one today, is it possible that we can move it to next week? Because at the time that I put that link out, I did not know that my aunt was going to pass and that I was going to have to travel. Right. And so I travel tomorrow and I need to wash clothes and pack tonight and get groceries for the kiddos. So if we can move it to next week, that would be amazing. Okay. Thank you. Coolest mom ever. If you're on TikTok, get up here to the heart, click it again, collect your points. Yeah. Everybody's welcome. Love you. Mean it. Time to go. See everybody later. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.